Can We Fake It by Tyla Walker.
What are you all dressed up for?
You're kidding, right? A beachside resort with endless drinks carried by tan guys who never wear shirts?
Oh, and let me guess. You're going to lay back on the beach with a good book?
You know me so well. And of course, it has to be one of Miss Tyla's unabridged audiobooks.
And I bet you're getting bundles of them from TylaWalker.com.
You know it, baby. And for 30% off? I can't resist.
With you dressed like that, neither can I. You're listening to Tyla Walker's Can We Fake It? Chapter 1. Carter. Have a good weekend, I call out as I leave work for the day, waving as the room of pharmacists, researchers, and QA testers pack up their own belongings and get ready to head home themselves. I make sure to shoot them all a warm smile as I leave, but the moment I'm out of sight, the smile drops from my face. I never want my personal life to affect my work life if I can help it, but that's been getting harder and harder lately. Slipping a hand into my suit pocket, I pull out my phone. I don't even have to search for my mom's number. She's already the first person on my call list, and the second and the third. In fact, my call history over the last few weeks is just a string of her name, with a couple of instances of my sister peppered in there for good measure. "Hey, Mom," I say after a couple of rings. "How are you feeling today?" I know she hates talking about being sick, but I have to ask. With a 10% chance of survival past 5 years for pancreatic cancer, it's not exactly something that can be ignored. As usual, my mom does her best to ignore the question. "Oh, I'm fine," she says. "But tell me, Carter, how was the blind date last night? Did you like her?" I sigh, pulling out my car keys and clicking the button to unlock the doors to my BMW. "It was okay," I tell her reluctantly. I wish she'd stop bugging me about finding someone, especially when there are much more important things happening in her life. Sometimes I wonder if she's just using my non-existent love life as a distraction from what, realistically, is her own impending end. Something I hate to think about, though, and not something I'd ever say out loud to her. Maybe a distraction is the best thing she has right now, I think to myself. There's nothing that can be done about the cancer, after all. "Just okay?" comes my mom's voice on the other end of the phone. She seemed very nice when I met her in the grocery store. I shake my head, but I can't help but smile a little. I'm sure she was, but we just didn't really have anything to talk about, I say, truthfully. You know you don't have to send every woman you see on the street my way, right? "I know," she answers, and I can hear a hint of sheepishness in her voice. But what if the next one is the one? I have to laugh at this, even if I'm feeling a little annoyed at this endless string of blind dates. Mom, what if I don't need the one? What if I'm perfectly happy being single? I try to keep my tone light, even though I do mean it. The last thing I want to do is upset her. "Carter, all I want is to see you find someone before I die," she says. I'm a little startled to hear a rare admission from her that there's even anything wrong. Just humor me, will you? I sigh again, slipping into the car. "All right," I say. I know she just wants the best for me, even if this particular version of it isn't necessarily what I want for myself. "Great. So then I hope that means you're looking forward to the date tonight." I almost groan, but manage to stop myself. "Sure I am," I tell her, even though we both know that isn't true. I definitely don't have the heart to argue about it, and besides, it seems to make her happy. Who am I to take that away from her under the circumstances? "Have a wonderful date then, honey," she coos before we bid our goodbyes. I shake my head again, starting the car and driving home to get changed for what I'm already sure will be another waste of an evening. At least I'm not the only one who knows how this will turn out. A commiserating text from my sister makes my phone chime just as I'm turning up to the restaurant. "Mom told me you have another date tonight. I hope it's not as bad as all the others." I chuckle quietly to myself, shooting back a quick text. "Thanks, Heidi. But judging by the way these dates have been going, Mom's scraping the bottom of the barrel at this point." She replies with a laughing emoji, and I put my phone away, bracing myself for the next few hours. Doesn't take me long to find my blind date, mostly because she's literally holding a sign with my name on it like a chauffeur picking me up from the airport. I've been on some weird dates, but this is a first. Unfortunately, the rest of the date is just as weird. In fact, it feels more like a business meeting than a blind date. She spends about half the dinner quizzing me about my work as a pharmaceutical exec, my salary, if I have benefits in my job, and what kind of health insurance I have. The other half is her telling me all about her ex-boyfriend and his job, salary, benefits, and health insurance. By the time dinner is over, I can't wait to get out of there, and in keeping with the strangely formal conversation, she shakes my hand at the end. I'm left wondering what just happened and where my mom is finding these people. As I walk back to my car, reluctant to tell my mom about yet another of her failed attempts at matchmaking tomorrow, I think back to some of the first women she set me up with. It's clear things have taken a steady downward turn since then, and I wonder for a second if I should have just settled for one of the earlier women, just to make my mom happy. I push the thought aside as quickly as it comes, though. That would have meant leading someone on that I had no real interest in, and that just isn't my style. I just can't win, can I? I mutter to myself as I get into the driver's seat. I lean back, taking a moment to enjoy the stillness and silence after the last 2 hours of boring conversation. I even chuckle to myself a little as I mull over that date again. As terrible as it was, though, sometimes I think I'm being too picky. It's not like I really believe in real love anyway. At least not the way the movies make it out to be. I don't think anyone really gets that. There's no soulmate. There's no the one. If anything, people just find someone who's okay when they get bored or lonely or they want to have kids. It's more about survival instinct and hormones and chemicals than anything else. And maybe one day that'll happen to me too. Only that survival instinct hasn't kicked in for me yet. Maybe one day, but definitely not now. Honestly, maybe not ever. Which is exactly why these dates seem like such a waste of time. I shake my head again and sit forward to stick the key in the ignition, listening to the satisfying rumble of the car's engine. I smile a little, thinking of how much I enjoy my life as it is. Apart from my mom's sickness, my life is actually great. I enjoy my work even if I'm not in love with it. I don't want for anything thanks to the very nice salary that my date was so kind to pry about. I have friends, I have a good relationship with my family, and I enjoy my own company. Why would I need a relationship? It seems like more trouble than it's worth, honestly.
Chapter 2. Jada. The familiar door of my parents' home greets me as I step up onto the creaky wooden porch. I stare for a second at the slightly flaking lacquer shining beneath the porch light, taking a breath before I ring the bell. Like every time I come here, I brace myself for what I know is coming, a series of needling questions about my love life. It always happens that way. It always will. It only takes a second for my dad to answer the door after the little sing-song chime rings out inside the house, and he immediately pulls me into his arms. "Jada," he says, wrapping me in a big bear hug. "How are you, honey?" I hug him back, smiling as he pulls away to look at me. The smile isn't forced, but my answer is, already anticipating where the conversation will go. "I'm good. Just working a lot," I explain as he ushers me inside the house. I wait for the part where he tells me I should spend more time looking for a husband and less time bartending, but to my surprise, it doesn't come. I'm sure Mom will lay it on me, I think, as I make my way to the dining table. My childhood dog, Coco, sniffs my hand as I approach, then walks away to lazily curl in front of the sofa, uninterested in my presence today. "Oh, you look so beautiful," my mom cries when she sees me, pulling me into an even tighter hug than the one my dad gave me. I'm dressed in a simple black blouse, jeans, and ballet flats, my long black braids pulled up into a messy bun, with not much more than a quick slash of eyeliner and lip gloss. Certainly nothing to warrant such a reaction from my mom. I can see where this is going. I know she's about to add something about any man being lucky to have me or some such subtle hint, but for some reason that doesn't come either. I'm certainly not about to ask why not, though. As I help them set up for dinner, none of their usual prying questions and not-so-subtle suggestions about my love life are brought into the conversation. After a while of this, I start to think that maybe, just maybe, they've come to the realization that their meddling isn't exactly welcome. Have they finally figured out that I'm not interested in another relationship like the last one? I wonder, with growing hope. I help my mom carry a pile of plates in from the kitchen as she tells me about some conversation they had with a neighbor, but her story is interrupted by the doorbell ringing again. I give my parents a quizzical look. "Are you expecting someone?" I ask, wondering who that might be. They exchange a quick look before giving a somewhat unconvincing performance of two people taken by surprise. "I'll just go see who it is," my mom says. My dad makes a point not to make eye contact with me as we bring out the last bits and pieces for the meal. When we enter the dining room, I see why. Standing with my mom is a guy I recognize from their church, smiling awkwardly at me. "Jada, you remember Robert, don't you?" my mom says, grinning at me with what can only be described as manic enthusiasm. "He just happened to stop by, and I thought it would only be polite to invite him in for dinner." She grins at me again, and I do my best not to roll my eyes right in the poor guy's face. It's all very clear what's happening here, though we all have to pretend it isn't. I greet Robert as politely as I can, even if what I'd really like to do is tell everyone in the room why I have zero interest in getting to know this guy. My parents, well-meaning as they are, seem to be hell-bent or heaven-bent, in this case, on getting me to marry a nice Christian boy from their church. Then I can spend the rest of my days cooking and cleaning for him while he works some well-paying corporate job. A real happily ever after. Well, I tried that already. It didn't work. "Please, everyone, sit," my dad says warmly, and of course Robert and I end up sitting opposite each other, just as my parents planned. I try to make polite conversation, but every moment of this surprise blind date feels like torture. Not that there's anything wrong with Robert. I'm sure he's fine, but the last thing I want is to get into another relationship. My ex scared me off those for good, despite being the nice Christian boy my parents always dreamed of, at least on the surface. Behind closed doors, he was controlling and petty, and I hate to say it took me way too long to realize that. I pretty much only got out of that relationship because I finally realized how suffocating it was. If I hadn't, it could have easily ended in the marriage my parents so desperately wanted for me. I would have ended up in a miserable relationship just for the sake of keeping up appearances. "So what do you do for work, Jada?" Robert asks me. I try my best to be polite and make my job at Clearwater Ocean Resort sound interesting. Not that it's boring, but as far as date questions go, this one's pretty pedestrian. Then again, it doesn't really seem like Robert's that eager to be here either. I wonder how much they had to bug him to even get him to come over, I think, as I give a reluctant rundown of my life as a bartender. Do I seem so desperate that they have to set up elaborate tricks like this to get me to meet a guy? I don't know how to make it clear to my parents that I'm just not interested, but then I realize I don't know if I'd have the heart to, even if I did figure out some magical, kind way to tell them. It's clear they just want me to be happy, and this is their way of trying to help me find what they think I need. Only this is definitely not the way to do it, and I wouldn't mind at all if they decided to give it up entirely. I almost gave up my life for a guy once. I'm not about to do that again, and this Robert guy isn't much of a temptation to try. "Oh, could you pass the mayonnaise?" he asks, and I hold back the urge to sigh as I hand over the condiment. Out of the corner of my eye, I see my mom stealing glances at me, no doubt trying to see if there are any sparks flying here. I hope it's as obvious to her as it is to me that nothing is going to happen with Robert. or anyone else for that matter. I don't want to marry a nice guy from their church. I don't want to spend the rest of my days as a housewife. And I definitely don't want any more clumsy attempts from my parents to set me up with someone who clearly doesn't want to be there, and whose most interesting addition to the conversation is asking for the mayonnaise. I want more for myself than what they want for me. And I'm not about to throw away my independence for the sake of a relationship again. I just wish they could understand that, without me having to spell it out for them. My thoughts are interrupted again by Robert, and this time he seems a little annoyed. I get the distinct feeling he was talking to me, and I missed his question. "Sorry, what?" I ask, shaking myself out of my reverie. I said, "Could you pass the salt?" This time I do sigh.
Chapter 3. Carter. I catch a last-second glimpse of myself in the mirror and run a hand through my hair just before heading out to the Clearwater Ocean Resort. The rock of dread that usually finds its way into my belly right about now is blissfully absent thanks to Heidi. Tonight's blind date is her doing. The pure abject boredom of my last date meant I wasn't exactly eager to call my mom to find out which random grocery store or sidewalk or library stranger she'd set me up with next. But the news that my sister had taken care of this one was a load-off. "Heidi said she has someone in mind for you," was my mom's answer, and even if she didn't see it herself, I knew it was a ruse from Heidi to give me a little breathing room. I'll have to find a way to thank her, I think, as I jump into my car and drive to the beachside resort. When I get there, I find Heidi working behind the beachside bar at On the Rocks, as usual. "So is there an actual woman meeting me here, or are you and I just hanging out tonight?" I ask once I've settled into a seat at the bar. Heidi grins and points toward the entrance to where a young black woman is walking towards us. I don't want to notice it. She's gorgeous. "One of my coworkers," she says as the woman approaches. "Hi," she says, and to my surprise, she hugs me hello. "I'm Jada." "Carter," I say. "Heidi's brother." We both finish at the same time. I grin. "Right. Can I get you something to drink?" "I won't presume to suggest anything since you clearly know the drinks here better than I do." She laughs a little at my poor attempt at humor. "Can I get a Manhattan, hun?" she asks Heidi, then looks at me as if wondering what I'll order. I smile. "I'll have the same, since Jada here is the expert." Heidi smiles and goes to make our drinks, leaving us to get to know each other. "So, tell me about yourself," I say. I'm making conversation, but I'm not sure how serious this date is. "What makes you happy?" Jada gives me a funny look for a second. "I almost thought you were going to ask me about my work," she says, and I shake my head and chuckle. "I've been on enough dates to know no one likes being asked that," I reply, thinking back to my last one. "And anyway, I'm pretty sure my job is the least interesting thing about me." Jada grins. "Good answer," she says. "To be honest, though, I don't know if I can answer your question. I think I'm still figuring out what makes me happy." "To be honest, I think that's more interesting than anything else you could have said," I tell her. Jada smiles at me, and even though I know this date won't go anywhere, it's still the best interaction I've had with a woman in weeks. "Here you go," says Heidi, coming back with the cocktails. 2 Manhattans. "Cheers," I say, raising my glass to Jada, and she returns the toast. "Oh, let me snap a photo to keep Mom happy," Heidi says, pulling out her phone. Jada and I instinctively lean in to smile for the camera, and I feel her long braids brush my arm. When the photos are done, Jada leans over the bar a little and touches Heidi's hand. "Could you send that to me too?" she asks. "Sure," Heidi says without batting an eyelid, but I'm a little surprised. For a second, I'm afraid Jada doesn't know my situation with Mom and that I'm accidentally leading her on. But when she turns back to me, she must see the look on my face. "Oh, it's for my parents," she explains. "Heidi told me about your mom, and my parents kind of have the same obsession. They won't lay off trying to find me a husband, and at least coming out tonight was better than most of the dates they force me to go on. Hopefully, This'll keep them off my case for a while. So that explains it. Simple enough. Well, I guess it's nice not to be the only one avoiding marriage, I say, before taking a sip of my drink. And if we can help each other out with this fake date, then all the better. Jada laughs, and we chat a little more about our respective situations. It's refreshing somehow, and I find myself enjoying the conversation even without being forced to be here. Do you want to get some dinner? I ask when our drinks are done. My treat, of course. Definitely, she says with a smile. This Manhattan is going right to my head. I grin and suggest the Redwoods Dining Room, the restaurant right upstairs at this fancy resort. It's not until we're already seated that I realize that might have been a bad move. Sorry, I just realized you probably don't want to have a dinner date in the same resort you work in. I should have taken you somewhere else, I tell her. But she just shakes her head. This isn't a real date, remember? You don't need to impress me. Besides, I like it here. It's also way fancier than what I could afford, so as long as you're paying, I'm happy to be here. She says it with a goofy smile, though, and I'm starting to realize I like her dry sense of humor. Definitely still paying, I tell her with a grin, even if it's not a real date. She smiles again, this time with gratitude. Despite myself, I'm curious to get to know her more. So why are your parents trying so hard to marry you off? I ask, hoping the question isn't too prying. She sighs, rolling her eyes a little. I don't know. They mean well, I guess, but they're just really traditional. They want me to settle down and have a nice husband and a nice house and 2.5 kids and all the rest of it. I laugh again. And that's not what you want, I take it? Nope. I want my independence. I want to figure out who I am. What makes me happy, she says, with a look that harks back to my first question of the night. Honestly, I don't even know if I believe in real love anymore anyway. I nod like I'm hearing a particularly moving speech. I couldn't agree more, I say. I don't think most people get anything even close to true love or happily ever after. Even people who do get married are mostly just settling, because statistically, the likelihood of finding your soulmate, even if that even exists, is next to zero. And anyway, it's not like everyone needs a relationship to be happy. I certainly don't. And it sounds like you don't either. I say, forge your own path. Jada smiles, and as the waiter comes to take our order, I can't help but think this is the best date I've been on in a while, even if it's not actually a date. Maybe especially because it's not actually a date. We spend the rest of the night talking and laughing, and I feel way more at ease than I ever do with these things. It's actually really fun hanging out with Jada, and it turns out we have a lot in common besides overbearing parents obsessed with textbook romance. I even joke with her at the end of the night as we're eating our dessert. You know, this is actually pretty fun, I tell her. Why don't we do it again sometime, just to keep our parents happy? Oh, I'm sure they'd love that, she tells me and takes another bite of her chocolate mousse.
Chapter 4. Jada. We make our way back to the beachfront bar, but by the time we get there, it's almost completely cleared out. It's gotten much darker, and the stars are shining all around us, giving me a reason to smile. I love the night and how it makes everything calm and quiet. However, I can't stop thinking about what Carter said, that we should see each other again just so our parents leave us alone. I laugh to myself again. It's a silly thought, especially because my parents obviously aren't going to believe me when I tell them, yes, I have found a man. I just don't know how much longer I can handle their constant stream of men who just so happen to stop by. So we invited him for dinner. I might actually explode into a million pieces if they invite one more man over from our church. I am my own person. Just because they are happy together, it doesn't mean they know what man can make me happy. Considering the men they've brought into the house, I don't think they could pick a murderer out of a lineup. If they tried for a decade, they still wouldn't find someone half as nice as Carter. I know they mean well, but I can't take it anymore. Heidi's still working, but no one's around as she cleans the bar. I'm glad to be able to talk to her without wandering ears. We sit at the bar, and she smiles at the both of us, using all of her teeth as she does. "Okay, so how did it go?" she asks, her hands and fists under her chin. She blinks several times in succession, which makes me want to smile. "Are you both in love? Am I the world's best matchmaker or what?" Carter ignores his sister, but I can tell he's trying not to laugh. "You know, it wasn't so bad," he says, looking from me to Heidi. "I had a good time. Better than I thought I would tonight, that's for sure." I nod. "I did too. Honestly, it's probably because our parents had absolutely nothing to do with it. What a rare occasion." Heidi rolls her eyes, crossing her arms. "It's because there wasn't any real pressure. You were just two people sitting and talking over a meal." "She's right," Carter says, looking back at me. He pushes some of his brown hair out of his face, giving me a closer look at his brown eyes for a moment. Neither of us were really expecting things to go any particular way. I think that made things easier and painless to boot. His sister throws her arms in the air. "Exactly. You guys both understand the stress the other is under. I mean, the pressure is senseless. I'm already married, and I'm head over heels in a way I didn't think I'd ever feel. But you can't force relationships to just happen. If people aren't meant to be, they aren't meant to be." Heidi drops the rag she was using to clean up the bar, a little bit perturbed. "I can't imagine being stuck with someone who didn't want anything to do with me." "It'd be easier," Carter laments. "Not the being stuck with someone who doesn't care about me, but it would mean I could stop constantly letting Mom down." He sounds reluctant, but I can tell he means it. "She's only got so much time left. I want her to be happy, but instead she's always worrying about me when she won't even worry about herself. It's just painful." A twinge of guilt spikes through me. All he wants is to make things easier for his mom, a dying woman who only wants her son to be happy. The pressure that must be putting on him is probably killing him. I completely understand how he feels, and it makes more sense why he and I are on the same page about our parents trying to set us both up. I wish I knew what to say to make things easier, but I don't have anything. I mean, it's their mom with her life on the line. My parents are just persistent. I don't know if I could handle the idea of Mom being on her deathbed, especially if she was still so desperate for me to marry. I roll my eyes, pushing my braids out of my face. Heidi exhales. "I just don't understand where Mom is coming from. Where did she get the idea that Carter needs to get married to be happy? I mean, do you know how many people are in relationships, married even, and are completely miserable? Why can't he just be happy and single? You could enjoy your life the way you want to. I mean, if you marry someone just for the sake of marrying them, isn't that going to make everyone else hurt?" "Exactly," I nod. "Marriage isn't the end, all be all in life." "I mean, it's hard to please our mom." She rolls her eyes. Convincing her of anything she doesn't personally believe in is like trying to convert her religion. Pulling teeth. She's set in her ways. I don't think she'll ever really accept Carter not getting married. "You can't just lie to her?" I question. "I wish," she replies, letting out a huff. "She'll want to meet the woman who has my heart," Carter fills me in. "If I tell her I have a date or a girlfriend, she'd do everything to make sure there were pictures, dates, and the complete story of how we arrived at this place together." I shake my head. "Sounds like my parents too." Without a preamble, Heidi lets out a laugh that has us both turn to her in confusion. "What?" Carter inquires. "I was just thinking about how we're taking marriage so seriously, but there have been so many couples that have come through this very bar that get married without even really knowing each other." Heidi tuts. "I've never understood why they do it, but they arrive at this resort and it's obvious they barely know one another. And then they just get married. On a whim. It's ridiculous. I didn't even think of that. I jump in. You're right. Oh my God. Remember the couple from last year? The woman who didn't even speak English, and the guy who threw money around like he'd never run out? Her eyes light up. Or the two men from a few months ago who met at this bar, and then next thing we heard they were married in the same week? Or the young man and the much, much older woman a few years ago? We both break into a fit of giggles, and I look over at Carter. These people, who barely knew anything about one another, thinking they could just get married and their lives would be set. I don't think a single one of those couples we've ever seen who got married on a whim are still together. I agree. Heidi wipes a tear away and follows my gaze. They must have been willing to throw everything out of the window to think that they were going to live happily ever after. We all break into snorts as Heidi begins to close out on the rocks. As the noise dies out, I start to think, it's crazy that you could just marry someone you don't even know. Marry them and fool everyone into thinking. My entire body begins screaming. I turn to lock eyes with Carter, and something about the way he's looking at me tells me he's thinking exactly what I'm thinking. Why are you two looking at each other? Heidi's voice catches my ears, but we don't answer. If anything, it only heightens the thoughts that are racing through my head. Marry someone you don't really know. Someone that could never last.
Chapter 5. Carter. Could I talk with you in private for a second? I ask Jada suddenly. I pull her aside, though Heidi is still trying to listen from behind the bar. Her braids smack on her arms from me pulling, but I'm not about to let my sister hear this. You're not thinking what I'm thinking, are you? I whisper to her. Wait, come on, what are you guys talking about? Heidi calls out. I want to know. I shake my head at my sister before Jada speaks. What if I was, Carter? What if we did the same thing? You realize what that would mean, right? Deceiving everyone we both know and love? I can't believe she is seriously considering doing this. That's not practical, Jada. She rolls her eyes. Oh, who cares if it's practical or not? Think about it impractically. We could pretend. We could tell my parents and your mom, and they'd be none the wiser. I mean, it would make your mom happy, Carter. It's true. Heidi's voice breaks through us. I look back at her and glare. Not helping, sis. Heidi shrugs. I mean, even if we did it, it would be a lot of hard work to actually fool everyone, Jada says, beginning to pace back and forth. It'd be insane. I mean, us pretending to be a couple, all the while we're just lying to everyone around us. Though even as I say it out loud, I'm starting to see the benefits of this whole thing. Mom would finally get her wish. She'd see that I'm happy with Jada. She's beautiful and clever and funny after all. Just the sort of girl my mom would gush over her. I want nothing more than to make her happy. I really do. But how do I deceive her like this, especially when it could be the last thing I ever do to my own mother? Jada shakes her head. It would give my parents a reason to stop bringing boys from my church over for dinner. I could finally breathe around them again. I mean, it's crazy, but what if the whole thing could work? You guys just gotta do it right, Heidi chimes in again. Make sure your stories are straight and have a plan. Heidi, please, I tell my sister. I hate that she's right, though. It could work. If we put our heads together, we could come up with a way that we can make everyone else happy. And in turn, that could make the two of us happy. I don't know, I sigh. I mean, could the two of us really actually make this work? Just showing up at each other's houses claiming we've changed our minds about everything, and now we're happily in love with one another. Jada stops her pacing and looks at me. Depends on how long we'd have to keep up the charade. Weeks? Months? She purses her lips, crosses her arms, and lets out a huff. But what if it works? I can't stop thinking about how it would fix so much for me. I know, I admit. Going on dates, Taking photos to send to our parents. Hell, telling my mom that I think I'm falling in love with her. It's all so easy to think about. Is it so unrealistic to think that you could both work together for a goal that would be beneficial to you both? Heidi cuts in again. Just think about how you could both get your lives back. You can meet other people on your terms. No pressure from anyone, just you trying to figure out your own happiness. Jada looks from Heidi back to me. Your sister is truly meddlesome, but she has a good point. Carter, we could go back to normal. You can focus on work or your mom's health without having to hear how you need a woman in your life. I nod, and you could find yourself. Jada laughs. Honestly, you're probably right. My parents haven't really given me a chance to think about my future outside of men recently. They've been so up my ass that I don't even know who I am anymore. Maybe I have a fantastic job and wealth and a great, although nosy sister, but I can't imagine not having a plan for life. I may not love every aspect of my work, but at least I have something. Jada doesn't. She has on the rocks, this resort, and her parents. She should be allowed to find out who she is. Even if it's ridiculous to do it for me, maybe I could do it for her. I breathe out. I keep going through it in my head. I mean, it's not the worst idea. And it's not like one of us has sat on the idea for a while. I mean, we just thought of it. But it means having to put on a show for everyone for an indeterminable amount of time, I muse. And keeping your stories straight to make sure no one questions anything. It's not like these are kids you'll be lying to. These are your parents, Heidi calls out. And constantly acting like you two are meant for one another, which honestly sounds like the hardest part. Heidi. I turn to my sister, who is still behind the bar, restocking. What? She exclaims. It was my idea. I'm the one who brought up the fake couples who show up and get married without knowing one another. Yes, but this isn't your life we're talking about changing. It's mine. I put my hands to my face and drag them down, feeling just as lost as when we started this night. You could always get married, Heidi says nonchalantly. Heidi! I yell this time. What? Look, I wasn't saying it has to be your endgame. It's just a wedding. But think about it, Carter. Mom would be able to see you walk down the aisle. She could see you marry a woman, be part of the ceremony. That's all she wants in the end. I hate to admit it, especially because the idea is so ridiculous. But she has a point. I look back at Jada. What do you think? The sentiment is beautiful, and I sympathize with you guys. I hope you know that. But a wedding? Yeah, a wedding! Oh, you could do it here, Jada! Heidi claps her hands. Jada rolls her eyes at my sister. No, I mean a wedding? Already? We just met each other, Heidi. She looks back at me. I know this whole thing was just a crazy idea, and I think maybe we could make it work, but do you really want to have a fake wedding that your mom believes is true? Not just that, but to lie to your dying mother like that? She's right. Mom can still dream about my getting married, and I'm going to make sure she'll see it. But an entire fake wedding, especially here at the resort? The questions we'd get from everyone. And Jada works here. She'd be stuck with answering a hell of a lot more questions than I ever will. Heidi's intentions are good. I know that at least, Jada adds. I agree with her. I know they are. She just wants everyone to be happy. I want that too. And while it would be exciting, I think this is a lot to consider. I'm glad we got to know one another. It really was a great night, but this just isn't something I think I can do. She's right, and I can't believe I considered marrying Jada after just meeting her. Ridiculous to believe we could have decided to get married today, just to fool our families. No wedding today, then? I concur. So maybe tomorrow? Heidi teases. Heidi! We both shout, looking over at her. I'm an optimist, she yells back, throwing her hands in the air with exasperation. Excuse me for being alive!
Chapter 6. Jada. I'm in the middle of fixing my braids when my brain begins to replay last night again. It causes me to inwardly laugh. I really can't believe that we seriously considered the idea of getting fake married for our parents. I mean, Carter is nice, and our non-date really did go well, but marrying a man I just met would never work for me. It was tempting, though, to think about how it would make all the parents happy. But as much as I want to please my parents, and I really do want to, marriage is, well, it's marriage. That's a little too much. I just met Carter. The idea that we team up to please our parents is ludicrous. I actually like that I'm single. I feel like I haven't had any independence in so long, and I'm going to do what I want to. I'm going to continue enjoying being single. I sit down on my bed, slowly shaking my head. Crazy. My best friend has to hear this. I have to tell her about this entire fake wedding thing. I know she'll get a kick out of it. Hello, hello, Raven's smooth voice breathes from the other end. Ray, I gotta tell you about my date last night. Another beautiful evening designed to trap you in your parents' house during dinner with someone from church? She guesses, and it brings a smile to my face how well she knows me. Actually, no. I tell her about meeting Carter and the fact that his mom is putting him through a similar situation before getting to what Heidi said. Okay, a fake relationship maybe, but a fake marriage? Raven asks when I finish my story. Right? It's outrageous. I laugh, but I also don't want to lie to her. Raven's been my confidant forever, and maybe she will have some advice. But, I couldn't help but think about it. It kind of sounded like a good idea. Get our parents off our backs. Show everyone that we don't need their help to be happy. I don't know, Ray. I considered it. What? You did? I have to pull my phone away from my ear when she screeches at me, and I cautiously return it to answer. I mean, a little? Just to help us both out. Raven lets out a deep sigh on her side of the phone. Okay, babe, listen. As your best friend, I'm obligated to tell you when you are talking foolishly, and you are acting bonkers right now. I roll my eyes. Ray, come on. No, listen to me, Jada. Your last relationship was difficult as hell. You might have been sucked in, but you fought your way out, and you came back to the surface ready to be single. You've wanted this for a while. So why on God's green earth are you considering being some stranger's husband? She has a point. It's true. I don't think I could handle being a man's anything. I mean, especially now that I finally feel free for the first time in years. Look, Raven continues, you're in your mid-20s. Why do you want to be married? Stay single and enjoy it. You have years to settle down, find the perfect man, but right now is your time to be a badass. That makes me laugh. Okay. You're right. I surrender. I wish you could see the victory dance I'm currently doing. I'm so glad I could make you come to your senses, you wild child. Raven lets out a victory laugh. Go forth with this knowledge I have bestowed onto you, and just enjoy your time, okay? I gotta go, but I'll text you later. Okay, love you, Ray. Love you too, babes. I get to work a few hours later. Heidi is already setting up. I decide to get back at her, jokingly, for yesterday. Heidi, how many times do I have to tell you to stop offering me to strange men for marriage? I told you they need to have at least 6 chickens, 4 cows, and a pile of gold coins in a pot. Heidi bursts out laughing. Oh, forgive me, madam. I thought it was 4 goats and 7 dogs you were looking for. I join in with laughing, glad that Heidi gets my humor. I'm sorry, Jada. I got carried away last night. I shouldn't have been so intrusive, especially when that's exactly what you and Carter are dealing with. I thought it was a good idea, but I see that probably wouldn't have fixed anything. A grin spreads on her face. Although it would have been a great wedding, and I would have made sure the backstory was flawless. I throw one of the rags at her. You're fine, I promise. I know you were doing it because you get the predicament we're both in. Wasn't the worst idea I've ever had, but I'm not looking to rush into anything. Heidi pours herself some water and looks at me. Was your non-date fun at least? Carter really is great. I find myself agreeing. But I don't think I can rush into something as serious and important as a fake marriage just to please my parents. I just have to deal with it, I guess. Heidi grabs me a water as well, and we toast. To being happy and single. We clink the waters and laugh as we keep setting up for the shift. On my break, I take a seat on a nearby beach hammock and take a breather. I only relax for 2 minutes before Mom's name flashes across my phone screen. I roll my eyes, but pick up anyway. Hi, Mom. What's up? How did it go last night? No preamble, no how are you. Always down to business. Immediately, I remember our little wedding idea. Eloping with Carter just to get everyone off our backs. If I said yes to him, then my parents wouldn't bother me. But I can't. It's just not something I can do. I close my eyes and lean against the wall. Mom, I really don't want to talk about my love life right now. It's exhausting to constantly hear about it. Can we just talk about anything else? Oh, honey, I'm sorry. And I'm sorry the date didn't go well. I know we're asking a lot from you. I just want you to be happy. You know that, right? Yes, Mom, I know, I huff out. She does want me to be happy. I know that. But must she push me like this? Speaking of your happiness, Mom continues. There's this young lawyer at our church, and he recently got a divorce. We'd love if you could... Mom, stop. I'm too busy to date right now. I have so much going on, and a man is the last thing I want. I don't need you to keep setting me up over and over again, okay? Let me do this on my own. I don't wait to hear her response. I immediately hang up the phone, groaning in frustration. Why can't she just listen to me when I have an opinion? I love my parents. I really do. But over and over again with these blind dates, continuing to think they can help me. They just don't get it. Take a breath, Jada. Don't let them bother you. You're okay. I stretch out my muscles and take some deep breaths before deciding to just go back to work. I get back behind the bar and stand next to Heidi, who doesn't seem to notice my sour attitude. But that's fine. A song I recognize starts playing in the bar, and I allow my mind to go blank. I start moving with the music, dancing in place, determined to find something positive in this moment before Mom drives me up a damn wall. I'm not sure how much patience I have left anymore.
Chapter 7. Carter. Mom, it's Carter, I'm here. I close the front door and look around, trying to figure out what room she's in today. I usually find her on the couch, but one turn tells me I'll have to venture further into the house. I make my way to her room, finding her in bed reading a romance book. She looks up at me and smiles, and I have to hide my real reaction to seeing her. It hasn't been too long since my last visit, but she looks like she's fading fast. She goes to the hospital often for her chemo sessions, which are supposed to be keeping her going. Even though it's supposed to keep her alive, I know the chemo is poisoning her too. No matter how strong my mother ever seemed, she's clearly struggling and disappearing before my eyes. It's absolutely terrifying. "Hi, honey," she says. Even her voice is a little weak today. She puts down her book and pats a section of the bed next to her. "Come sit. How are you?" I hold back my emotions as I come closer to sit next to Mom. She touches my arm, and I see just how skinny her arm and hand are. I despise cancer. I don't know how she's still sitting up at this point. "I'm okay, Mom. How are you? How's chemo?" I can see how chemo is going. It's killing her. But I act as if I don't even notice. I don't want to upset her, especially because I know it's a matter of time before she starts questioning me about my date. She entertains me for a couple minutes by talking about herself, but as usual, it always turns back to me and women. "So how was it, Carter? Your date? Was it good? Did you like her? Was she sweet? I can't help but wonder when we'll finally get to plan your wedding. I don't know how much time I have left, And I want more than anything for you to be happily married. I want someone to make my sweet boy happy." The desperation in her voice is impossible to miss, let alone ignore. I wish this wasn't so important to her. Why couldn't it just be a trip to Disney World or Paris? Something that's easier to guarantee her. But I can't admit to her that the date was fake. She wants this so badly. I can't tell her the truth, but I sure as hell can't give her a false sense of hope that I've met the woman of my dreams. Too soon, I shrug. I don't know yet if she'll want to see me again. But, let's talk about something else. I don't have anything interesting to tell. I get her to start telling me about a friend she's made at the hospital, and I nod along with her story. But I can't focus on any of her words. All I'm thinking about is how much longer she's going to be here. I mean, maybe I was too hasty. A modest, quick wedding just to please her. It would give her some peace of mind and make her happy in her final days. I know Heidi would do everything to make sure Mom wouldn't find out the truth, even if she wanted to plan the wedding. After another 10 minutes, Mom is starting to fall asleep, so I help her lay down to take a nap. She touches my face tenderly, giving me a soft smile. I love you, Carter. I hope you know that. I feel a lump in my throat form, and I look at her as long as I can without beginning to cry. Of course I know that. I love you too, Mom. Get some sleep, okay? I kiss the top of her head and turn off the bedside lamp in her room. When I get to the bedroom door, I turn back to look at her. I can tell she's already half asleep, but she doesn't notice. I wipe under my eyes and nose, and I close the door to her room, heading out. But I can't get the damn fake wedding out of my head. At home, I sit at my kitchen table, my head in my hands, and my brain in overdrive. I don't know if my independence is worth it. Not to mention Jada's independence to get our parents off our backs. Even if this is my mom's dying wish, why does it have to come at the expense of our happiness? That shouldn't be how happiness works. I pick up my phone to call Heidi, hoping she might be able to help or give me advice. But as it rings, I find myself changing my mind. I can't bother my sister with this, even though this was her idea in the first place. This is something I have to deal with myself. She had to talk about weddings. I know she was just trying to help, but at the same time, I wish she had never said anything. At least then I wouldn't be losing my mind over what is best for everyone. I get up to pace around, no longer able to sit still. I find myself getting more anxious. What am I supposed to do? I'm so indecisive, and I'm starting to lose it. Marrying Jada just to make Mom happy? Or following my own wants and desires? Who's to say what the right choice is? Either choice I make is impractical. The responsible half of my brain is telling me that having this wedding just to please Mom is madness, and that I'm going to feel guilty the entire time. It's not real. However, the possibility of alleviating her worries even superficially is coming from the other half of my brain. It's enough to actually make me want to throw all logic and reasoning out the window. And some part of my brain just likes the idea of seeing Jada again, of getting to spend more time with her, even if it's fake. Oh! I finally scream out. God, this is so difficult. I wish I knew what Jada was thinking about this whole thing. Maybe if I had an idea what she wanted in all of this, maybe it would make things easier. She seems understanding, especially considering she is in a similar situation. But would understanding be enough for her to go along with this crazy situation? An entire fake marriage? I flop down on my couch, my face burrowing into one of the throw pillows. I wish things were different. I wish Mom wasn't sick. I wish I didn't need to marry a woman to make Mom happy. But I have to remember that wishes aren't even real. There's no right answer. I lie there for probably another full 30 minutes, but I finally come to a conclusion. I'm going to throw logic out the damn window. I'm going to propose the idea of a fake wedding to Jada. It'll be just for Mom. Give her a reason to be happier in her remaining days. I think Jada can understand that it's a dying woman's wish. I hope she can understand. Once Mom has passed, we can figure things out from there. We can quietly end the marriage, figure out how to explain everything to everyone later. It shouldn't be too difficult to plan everything out. Plus, marrying Jada even briefly would be a real act of kindness for my mother. It feels like I'm still betraying her, but this is what I have to do. Mom deserves to be happy, even if that means buying into a fantasy for the rest of her life. I think about how to bring this to Jada, and I decide it's better to do this in person. I really hope this makes Mom happy, or I'm just going to give up on love altogether.
Chapter 8. Jada. As I pull into the driveway to my parents' house, I heave a sigh. As much as I love my mom and dad, visiting them can feel like a chore at times. One more bad date. One more conversation about my ex. I know they mean well, though. I've struggled with dating my whole life, and I've been stood up by a few high school flings, so they've always been protective of my heart. If only they'd stop mourning the man I broke up with a while back. I needed to cut him off for my own sanity. He was dragging me down, and my parents were willing to ignore it, to push me into a marriage way too soon. Still, I understand that they're just trying to make finding a partner easier for me. I just wish they would respect that I don't need anyone else in my life. I climb out of the car and make my way across the sidewalk. There's high-pitched barking coming from inside the house. I can't help but smile. I'm always relieved to hear that my childhood dog, Coco, is in an energetic mood. That Chihuahua is turning 15 this year. Some days she's tired, and sometimes she acts like she's 3 all over again. I don't even have to ring the doorbell because Mom is already at the door. She's holding her foot in front of Coco to keep her from darting outside. "Hey, sweetie, come on in. We have some cinnamon rolls in the oven for you," she says. Despite my worries, I can't help but smile at hearing that. It's been ages since I've had some of Mom's homemade cinnamon rolls. I head into the living room with Coco at my side, her little tail wagging like crazy. My dad is putting away his book when I come in, giving me a big smile as soon as he sees me. "Hey, kiddo," he says, pulling me into a big hug once I sit down. "How are things going?" "Oh, they're going fine," I say. Coco leaps up onto the couch and curls up at my side. I scratch her behind the ears. "A little busy with work now that summer's approaching, but it's not too bad." "I heard your date didn't go too well," Dad adds, his expression softening. I avert my gaze. "Yeah, it didn't work out, but it's fine. I'm not super eager to jump into a relationship anyway, you know." "Well, just keep pushing. You'll find the one eventually," Dad says with a chuckle. It almost feels like we're having 2 different conversations. Before my mood can go too sour, Mom comes in with a tray of cinnamon rolls in one hand and a pitcher of iced tea in the other. "Here you are, sweetie," she says, scooping a cinnamon roll onto a plate with a spatula. She pours me a glass of iced tea as well. I immediately reach for the cinnamon roll and take a bite. Even when your parents won't shut up about your love life, it's hard to be too annoyed with a mouthful of cinnamon and frosting. These turned out amazing," I say, wiping a bit of frosting from my face. "I wish you'd just teach me how you make your cinnamon rolls." "If I did, you'd never visit me and your father again," she says, and we all burst into laughter. "Although maybe," Mom continues, serving herself a cinnamon roll, "perhaps I could teach you how to make these once you find a husband." Of course she'd find a way to relate this to men. I roll my eyes. "Truthfully, I'm not really interested in marriage," I say. "I just want to focus on work and finding what makes me happy, you know? My last relationship didn't go super well because I pushed it so much and well." "Jada, you're already 26, Dad cuts in with a sigh. "I'd understand if you were in your early 20s, but you need to settle down sooner or later, or at least give marriage a try." Mom nods in agreement. "You're my baby, Jada. I don't want you to be lonely. You may think you're fine on your own, but one day you'll be wishing you'd gotten married earlier." "You don't know that. I let out a huff. But I know you, Mom says, and I know that my girl needs a good Christian man that will take care of her. If he's strong in his faith, he'll be a good husband to you. I want to argue and say that it's more complicated than that. That no matter how much a man believes, it doesn't mean he's the one for me. It doesn't even mean he'll be nice. But I bite my tongue. It seems like this otherwise pleasant visit has already been ruined by their meddling. I hang my purse over my shoulder and rise to my feet. I think I should head home, I say. I have to get ready for work soon. Sweetie, you just got here. Mom's expression falls and tugs at my heartstrings. I ignore it, instead turning to give Coco a pat on the head. I know, but I have to go. Love you guys. I hurry out the door before either of them can stop me, heading straight to my car. By the time I'm in the driver's seat, there are tears in my eyes. I rest my head against the wheel and take a long, deep breath. I hate being angry at them, especially when I know they mean well, but at the same time, they're so damn stubborn. They don't seem to even care that their pushing is part of why I put up with hell in my last relationship. I start up my car. Mom and Dad are standing in the doorway on the porch, their expressions concerned. I shake them off and pull out of the driveway before my guilt gets the best of me. I don't want to marry some random man just to make them happy. I know that'll just lead to another miserable failed commitment. But I also don't want my parents to keep worrying about me so much. And I definitely don't want to have to stop visiting them altogether. Annoying as they might be, they're still my family. And I don't love them any less. It seems like the only way out of this is to give them what they want, to find a man I want to marry. But that's easier said than done. Maybe I don't have to get married for real, a voice inside me whispers. Maybe I can just convince my parents that I've found someone I don't mind being tied to, just for now, to satisfy them. The idea rises up again. Raven had nearly convinced me it was ridiculous. And she was completely right. Who on earth would do such a stupid thing? But now I'm starting to wonder if it really is so silly. If me and Carter did get married, his mother could die happy, and I could get my parents off my back, at least for a while. They would see that I have given marriage a shot, and maybe they'd finally understand that I'm a grown woman who can make my own decisions. And if I had to be in a fake marriage with anyone, well, Carter isn't the worst person to be stuck with. He's incredibly kind, but not a huge pushover either. He's Heidi's brother, and she's a good friend of mine, so I feel like I can trust him. He makes me laugh. Plus, I know he's loaded, so it's not like he's trying to mooch off my bartender's salary. Not to mention he isn't a bad-looking guy. He's tall, has tanned olive skin, and super pretty green eyes. I wouldn't feel embarrassed telling anyone I'm his wife. But the more I think about it, the more I realize the idea is stupid. Just because Carter is pretty doesn't mean I need to straight up marry him. It'd be too impulsive anyway. I'm just feeling desperate to please my parents, that's all. Besides, Carter wouldn't ever agree to a fake marriage. We were just kidding the other day, weren't we?
Chapter 9. Carter. I close the door to my car and look around, trying not to look so eager to walk into the resort to talk to Jada. I'll just go talk to Heidi at On the Rocks, get a few drinks, and then casually find a way to chat with Jada about everything. I don't know if she'll be here, but it's definitely going to be creepy if I just come out and say, "Let's get married." As I get closer to the bar on the beach, I realize Jada's not there. Maybe she's off work today, or maybe she had another difficult time dealing with another crappy date. I don't know. I'll ask Heidi when I get the chance. I take a seat, my sister smiling, throwing down a coaster and putting a bottle of water in front of me. "What's a nice kid like you doing in a joint like this?" she teases, winking. "Why are you winking at me?" I cock my head. "Because I highly doubt you came to the resort just to sit with your beautiful, amazing, talented sister and have a drink." Is there someone else you think I might have come here to visit? I cross my arms, seeing how far I can take this. I hope she doesn't think this is shallow or judge me. I can tell she knows what I'm looking for in being here. She rolls her eyes, so I decide to change the subject. I saw Mom. Heidi turns halfway from facing the back of the bar to look back at me. How was that? She asks. I shake my head. Difficult. She keeps saying how much she wants me to get married, and it's hard to act like that's all I want too. Not to mention the fact she's turning into a ghost. Yeah, Heidi's head hangs at my words. I wish there was something to do for her, but we can only do so much. You can't just make someone to marry appear out of nowhere. The perfect way to ask about where Jada is. Speaking of someone to marry and your sense of humor, where's Jada at? Heidi smiles and she goes to the computer to punch something in. You're so predictable, you know that? I knew you were looking for her. I put my hands up in a surrender. Me? No. I put them down. You just reminded me of her and our not date, so I thought I'd ask if she's here and how she's doing. Heidi waves her hand around. Carter, it's fine, I'm teasing you. I roll my eyes. You're so much. Maybe, Heidi shrugs. She's here, just at a different bar. She's at Pisco on the 3rd floor. It's the speakeasy bar? Gotcha, I nod. You're going to go upstairs and find her to say hi? My sister continues to tease me. If I was going to say hi, what would that matter? Nothing, just nice to know she has a gentleman caller. I'm going to say hi now, Heidi. I'll talk to you later. She makes kissy noises at me, batting her eyelashes quickly. I ignore her and make my way upstairs to Pisco, which I've never been to before. Unlike on the rocks, this bar is inside, but I only find it because of the signs pointing me in the direction. I walk through the double doors to the entrance, seeing it's much darker inside. The ambiance screams secret New York bar, with some calm jazz music playing overhead. There isn't really anyone in here, and I'm grateful for the quiet. There are colored lights behind the bar lighting up the different bottles, and nearly the entire room is made of wood. Wood floor panels, a mahogany wood bar that connects to the drink stand. The bar stools are dark blue velvet cushions, and I sit on one just as Jada comes in from the back. Hi, I say, not sure what else to say. Hey, Carter, she beams, and I'm grateful that she's not wary of my presence after the last time I saw her. Can I get you something? Yeah, can I get a Manhattan? It's the same drink I got on our first date, and Jada gets to work making it. We start talking, catching up on how each of our situations are going. Jada mentions another terrible date. Even after she puts down my drink, we keep talking as she gets other things done around the bar. After a bit, she tells me she's going on her break, and I stop her. Actually, can I speak to you about something? She looks surprised, but nods. I finish up my drink, and we decide to take a walk. Jada takes me down by the 3rd floor pool, which is moderately full. But hearing the sounds of splashing water and the giggle of children makes me feel a little more at ease. As we walk, I begin to tell Jada everything. I saw my mom yesterday, and she's stressed about the fact I still don't have someone to marry. All she wants is to see me get married, help plan the wedding. And I know we said before that it would just be ridiculous to get fake married, but I'm having second thoughts. It would make things easier for both of us. Would you be interested in, well, at least a fake relationship? She stops in her tracks to look at me, and I see the look of hesitation lingering on her face. I don't blame her for the look, but I'm still holding out hope. Carter, a fake marriage is a lot. I mean, I'm genuinely tempted because my parents are driving me insane, but we agreed that this wasn't a good idea. I know, I agree. But my mom, it's all she wants, and I'm inclined to want to give her what she wants. She's been trying to match me with someone for a while, and at least if the two of us do this, if we create a fake relationship with a fake wedding on the way, she'll be happy. I decide to tell her the morbid truth. I don't know how much longer she has. I really want to do this for her. I don't know, Carter. We don't have to get married tomorrow, I swear. But this would help you out the way it'll help me out. Jada, think about it. If you could just pretend to be my girlfriend, it would make my mom so happy. We could go visit her, talk to her, tell her we have plans for a future, but we don't have to actually get married anytime soon. She thinks for a second. I know it's senseless. I know that it's completely crazy to think this is the right answer, but Jada understands what I'm dealing with. So, you just want me to meet your mom? Pretend to date you, meet your mom, and that's it. She looks around the resort, and I see couples sitting together, happily holding hands while tanning or reading, watching kids run around with their parents. It would make her so happy to see that I finally met someone that I care about. Jada sighs. Okay. Here's the deal. You need me to meet your mom? Well, then you need to come to my house for dinner with my parents too. I don't know. Like once a week. This is the only way I can get them off my case. I love them, but this is driving me up a wall. Absolutely, that's no problem. She holds out her hand for me to take. Then we're in agreement. Fake relationship. Visiting each other's parents to convince them we have got things covered, and tell your mom that we're getting married. I grasp her hand, shaking it. Absolutely. Then you got yourself a deal, Carter. Let the fake dating begin.
Chapter 10. Jada. Before I head over to Carter's house, I make a quick stop at the grocery store. I want to make a good first impression with his mom, so I plan to bring her a little gift. Normally, I'd go for a box of chocolates, but I recall Carter mentioning the chemo affects his mom's appetite and taste buds, so I decide some flowers and a card might be a safer route. Once I'm in the store, I head straight to the flower aisle and grab some tulips. I choose the freshest bouquet I can find, ensuring that the scent is strong and the petals aren't wilted. Then I make my way to the greeting cards section near the checkout lane. I settle on one with an oil-style painting of 2 deer on the front. It's simple, a tad cliché, yet super pretty. If I'm gonna be a fake girlfriend, I'm gonna be the best fake girlfriend he's ever had. Once I pay for everything, I head to the car and start it up. Before I pull out of the parking lot, I glance at my phone. There's one unread message from Carter. Mom wants pizza tonight. Is that good with you? The text reads. I unlock my phone and type out a quick response. Sounds good to me. Once I hit send, I toss my phone onto the passenger seat and drive toward Carter's mom's house. Carter is already waiting for me on the porch when I pull into the driveway. As I step out of the car with the gifts in my arms, he meets me at the bottom of the porch stairs and gives me a hug. I hope you don't mind us getting takeout, he says. My mom's not feeling well enough to cook today, and I'm a disaster in the kitchen. And a lot of foods make her queasy lately, but pizza's one thing that never gives her problems. I don't mind one bit, I say with a smile. Pizza is always a good choice. He leads me to the front door, holding it open for me so I can walk inside first. She's here, Mom, Carter calls from the entryway. As I step into the living room, I spot his mother sitting in a rocking chair. She's a short, thin white woman who looks to be in her early 60s. She's wearing a teal blouse tucked into a pair of loose brown slacks. There's a quilt draped over her shoulders, and her head is covered with a knitted pink beanie. Upon seeing me, her weary expression brightens almost instantly. Mom, Carter begins. He ushers me across the living room with a gentle pat on my lower back. This is my girlfriend, Jada. Hello, Jada, she says, clasping her hands together. You can call me honey. Carter's been telling me all about you. It's so great to meet you, ma'am, I say with a grin. I brought you a little something. I hand over the bouquet of tulips and the envelope. Tears well up in her eyes as she smells the flowers and opens the card. You are so sweet, she says. Carter, where did you find her? At the Clearwater Ocean Resort, remember? Carter says. Right. That comes as no surprise. It's such a romantic place, Honey says, chuckling. There's a knock at the door. That's probably the pizza, Carter says. Get yourself comfortable, Jada. I'll bring everything in. I sit down in the love seat near Honey's rocking chair. I was initially nervous about this whole get-together, but upon seeing how kind Carter's mother is, I realized I'd had nothing to worry about. I'm so glad Carter has finally found someone, Honey says. He deserves someone that makes him happy. I can't help feeling a little guilty, knowing that we're lying to her, but in a way, I am making Carter happy, so she's not exactly wrong. Well, I try my best, I say, twirling one of my braids around my finger. We've only recently gotten together, but we keep each other company. We've been going on dates every weekend, just having fun together and getting to know each other more. That's so good to hear, Honey says with a warm smile. What did you do last weekend? Carter hadn't mentioned that to me. I pause for a moment to think of a plausible yet interesting date idea. We just took a trip to the zoo together. It was a lot of fun. Honey chuckles. Carter has always been fond of animals. When he was a kid, he was really into dinosaurs, she says. I don't think he realized they were extinct, though. And every time we went to the zoo, he'd get so disappointed that they didn't have a stegosaurus. She lets out a laugh. I can't help but giggle, too. That's adorable. Are you telling her about my dinosaur phase? Carter says as he returns to the living room. He has a pizza box in his arms with a stack of paper plates and napkins sitting on top. Of course. Don't be ashamed of it. It was precious, Honey says. Carter sets the pizza box on the coffee table. Then he heads off to the kitchen, presumably to fetch some drinks. It's embarrassing. I would never shut up about The Land Before Time, he says. I love that movie, though, I say. It was a cute movie. I remember taking him to the theater when it first came out, Honey says. Carter returns with a bottle of cola and a few paper cups. He's blushing slightly, but I can tell he's fighting back a smile. Anyway, he says, sitting down beside me. He opens up the box of pizza. I got pepperoni on one half and mushrooms on the other half. I hope that's okay. Mushrooms are fine with me, I say. I grab a paper plate and place 2 slices of mushroom pizza on it. What about you, Jada? Honey asks, as Carter serves her a slice of pepperoni pizza. What kind of things did you like as a kid? Well, I guess I was really into sea creatures, I say. Especially otters. I also thought I was a mermaid, and I would always try to sing like Ariel when we went to the beach. I playfully elbow Carter. So you're not the only one who had a weird phase as a kid. The 3 of us laugh. From that point on, Carter loosens up a little bit. For the rest of the night, we chat and dine together in peace. I feel my anxiety dwindling until there's nothing left, and soon enough, I feel as if I'm at home. Honey is kind, and Carter is funny and charming. He's so easy to pretend to be in love with. I help Carter clean up once we're finished eating. Thankfully, there are no dishes to wash, but we gather the disposable plates and store the rest of the leftover pizza in the fridge. I think I'll be heading home now, I say once we've finished cleaning up. But I had a really nice time tonight. It's been wonderful meeting you, Jada, Honey says as she rises from her rocking chair. She extends a hand my way, and I shake it. Carter is very lucky to have met you. Please feel free to come over for dinner anytime you like. My heart melts at hearing this. I've never felt so instantly loved by someone. Without even thinking, I pull Honey into a gentle hug. Honey returns the embrace. Despite looking somewhat frail, she really knows how to give a powerful hug. When I head out, Carter offers to walk me to my car. We make our way to the driveway, and once we're a good distance from the house, he places a hand on my shoulder. You did great tonight, he says. I'm really glad you two get along so well. I was worried it wouldn't work out, but I think you've made her really happy. I smile brightly. I may have had my doubts about this relationship in the start, but considering how much joy I'm bringing into Honey's life, I begin to realize that this fake relationship wasn't such a bad idea after all.
Chapter 11. Carter. With everything having gone so well with Mom, tonight it's my turn to meet Jada's parents. I want to make a good impression, get them to believe that I am worthy of being the man in Jada's life. It's not like I don't know how to be around a woman's parents, but because this whole thing is supposed to be fake, I think that just makes it feel more important to have them like me. Heidi had teased me when I asked her for some advice, asking what I was so worried about. I was truthful, however, and said I wanted her parents to like me because I thought Jada was a good person and deserved a good man. I was surprised when she apologized, but she gave me some advice. Be yourself, Carter. You're a good guy. If Jada can put up with you on these fake dates and still like you, then you got this. I made sure to throw my crumpled napkin at her when she finished, making us both burst into laughter. I'm still nervous, but Heidi's right. I'll turn on the charm and be sincere. If I could win Jada over enough to get her to be in a fake relationship, then I'll find a way to win over her parents. I make sure to pick up some presents for her parents, picking out a beautiful bouquet of multicolored flowers for Jada's mother. I grab a bottle of red wine for her father. I had asked ahead of time about his favorite wine, and I find the brand, Duckhorn Merlot. It's not a cheap trip to the store, but if it means Florence and Bruce end up liking me, then spending money on these gifts will be worth it. I can afford it, and who doesn't want to know their girlfriend's fake boyfriend is, at least, rich? When I get to the front door of her parents' house, I straighten my pressed shirt, loosen my collar, and take a deep breath. You can do this, Carter. I ring the doorbell, standing back. Jada comes to the door to let me in, beaming at my presence, but I can see she's a little nervous, too. Hi, I whisper. Hi. We don't have a chance to say more before Mr. and Mrs. Cyrus both show up at the door, too. We all exchange pleasantries, and I hand over the wine and flowers. Her parents both say thank you, but I can tell they're skeptical about meeting me tonight. You have a beautiful home, I compliment, though all I'm able to see is the doorway and half of the kitchen. Bruce nods, but no words are exchanged. Jada quickly looks back and forth between us, and I act fast. I just want to say, you have raised an amazing woman. She's so kind and clever, and I'm so glad to have met her. I believe the words I'm saying, but I'm still hoping this starts us off on the right foot. However, the family still says nothing, just eyeing me suspiciously. I can tell this will be a long night. We all sit down to dinner a short time later, lasagna and salad prepared by Florence, and I sit next to Jada at the table. We talk about the little things like my pharmaceutical job and how I got into the field. The Cyruses are polite, and the questions they ask are simple, but I can feel the air supply being cut off. When no one says something, especially for a few minutes, I feel the awkward silence creeping into my skin. Her parents clearly don't know what to think of me. I wonder if I'm the first white guy she's brought home. I didn't think to ask her about that. They probably don't think I'm good enough yet for their little girl. But how do I show them that? I've got to find a way to turn this around. Obviously, my charm isn't doing anything to win them over, so I switch to a new tactic. I look at Jada before turning to Florence. I love your name, Mrs. Cyrus. It reminds me of Italy, the beautiful landscapes and food and wine. Have you ever been out there? I hear it's wonderful this time of year. I see her lift her eyebrow, but Florence answers. I haven't been since I was a girl. My parents had a love for Italy. I'd love to go again, but travel is so difficult these days. I nod my head, putting on a smile. There it is. I found my inn. And Mr. Cyrus, how did you meet your wife? I mean, all these years together, and you've created this incredible family and home, not to mention raising your impeccable daughter. Bruce sits up, obviously not expecting to have to answer. We met at church, actually. It's something Florence and I both believe is best for our lives, to spend time thanking God for the life He's gifted us. So that's what it is. I gaze over at Jada, and under the table, I take her hand, just in case her parents are able to see it. I can tell you brought up Jada to be proud of the life she's been given. I mean, what with the way she lights up a room? I'm so curious. What was she like as a child? She won't ever tell me any stories, always saying she's embarrassed. I see the faintest smile cross Florence's face, and she begins to tell me about how, as a child, Jada had trouble with her R's. Her best friend's name is Raven, so she would go around saying, "Aven, Aven!" It makes me laugh. Jada starts to interject, laughing herself. She begins to chat about how she and her mom went to New York to see a play together, and I can't help but smile at how excited she is as she speaks. I find myself watching her, and the rest of the family begins to thaw around me. By dessert, we're all laughing together over a story that Bruce has told us, and I can tell that in a short time I've managed to win them over. I compliment them once again on the food, and this time Florence smiles sincerely, thanking me for the kind compliment. When we all make our way back to the door for Jada and I to take our leave, it's clear that they don't see me as some stranger unworthy of their daughter's heart. I've won them over, and it brings a smile to my face as I'm still holding her hand. "You'll have to come with me for a round of golf now, Carter," Bruce says, clapping me on my back. "I want to see if you can beat your woman's old man." "I wouldn't dream of it, Mr. Cyrus. You know what they say, always let the dad win." He lets out a hearty chuckle, and Florence smiles as well, her hand on her heart and her eyes glistening. "You'll come by for another dinner, won't you, Carter?" Florence questions. "Absolutely. Whenever Jada wants to bring me over, I'll be here." Florence claps her hands. "Wonderful, wonderful." Jada smiles, and I can tell it's in relief. Everything has gone as well as we'd hoped. We all exchange hugs, and Jada tells her parents she loves them and will be by again soon, and I thank them again for the lovely night. Once we're in the car, Jada lets out one long sigh. "Thank you," she tells me, putting her hand on my arm. "I can't even believe that went so well. You won them over so quickly, it's incredible. I don't remember the last time Dad invited someone to golf with him." I look at her momentarily before returning my eyes to the road. "You know I meant it, right? Your parents really did raise an incredible, caring, loving woman. It's not hard to find ways to speak highly of you."
Chapter 12. Jada. Today, I'm at one of the beachfront bars in the Horseshoe, Sippy Cup, and it's been relatively dead all day. I don't mind it. It gives me time to just enjoy my day. I find myself humming along with the songs I can hear being played throughout the resort. It's a beautiful day, and I soak up as much sun as I possibly can. I did a single long braid today, which is draped over my left side, and I pretend to sing into the braid when I hear a song I particularly like. No one has seen me do that all day. But it makes me smile to be able to be a little silly and not stressed about finding a man to please my parents. I have to admit, Carter was right. This is really a good plan. I mean, Honey is really a treasure. I can see why Carter is worried about her. She is so frail, and the thought of my mom dying before my eyes, the way she is truly hurts. But the way he managed to charm my parents at dinner, holding my hand and asking questions about me as a kid, really surprised me. I had never imagined they would have opened up to someone who wasn't as religious as them. But something about the way Mom and Dad smiled as Carter asked them questions made my heart clench. It's been a really great fake relationship, and Heidi can't help but sing the wedding march as I walk up to the bar each day. It always makes me laugh. I never thought I'd have been set up with a friend's brother, but Heidi really did do a great job matching us up. Still, I'm glad we're not actually dating. I let myself smile again, and when I look up, I let out a sigh. I'm actually happy. Is that smile for me? I hear from my left, and I turn to see Carter, I wasn't expecting him to show up today. Hi, I gush. Heidi's off for the day, sorry. Oh, I know. He waves his hands. I'm here to see you. Oh? I try to keep my voice even, not wanting him to hear the way it jumps up and gives away the way my heart races at his words. He doesn't seem to notice as he smiles and takes a seat at the bar. Yeah. I figure I would come here and take you to dinner. After dinner with your parents, I realize that if we want to keep up the appearance of a couple, we should probably spend just a little bit of time with one another. He smiles at me, and I like the way he does. That way, when we see each other's parents, we're a little less stagnant. Something about the look on his face has my stomach clenching again, and I can't help but return his compliment with a really terrible joke. I bat my eyelashes. Really? And here I thought you just wanted a fake marriage in order to get my fake dowry. I don't expect it, but Carter lets out one loud and boisterous laugh that catches me off guard. I'm sorry, he says, wiping an actual tear from under his eye. I don't know why that was the funniest thing I've heard in days. See, this is what I'm talking about. I want to know more of the real you, and honestly, I think being able to keep up with your jokes around other people would really help. Now I know my face feels hot, but I don't know if he can tell. So, dinner? He asks, and something in his voice catches my attention. I'm not sure if it's nervousness or something else. I can't quite put my finger on it. Yeah, I tell him, nodding. Give me a few minutes, my break is about to start. Got it. I turn around to make Carter a glass of water. I can't help but smile, biting my lower lip like a cliché. But I don't care. He really is great. Once my break starts, another bartender comes to take my spot, and I have Carter follow me. I figure I can show him around a little bit more. So before we go to dinner, want to see more of the resort? I look up at him and he nods, gesturing for me to lead the way so he'll follow. I decide to take him in a circle, pointing out the different restaurants as we go, the different spa areas, the large gym, and more. Carter asks a couple of questions, like the most popular places in the resort, how long certain parts have been there, and my favorite spaces. I don't remember the last time I was asked about my favorite resort spot, and it makes me want to look back up at him to really admire the kind of person Carter is. His care for details, and the way that he pays such meticulous attention when it comes to me or those around him, confuses me. How has no one worked out for him in all the time his mom has been telling him to go on dates? He's actually a really nice guy. And even though it's all fake dating, I'm still glad that I've met Carter. So where do you want to eat? I ask him as we finish our lap. In the mood for anything in particular? He touches his thumb and forefinger to his face and thinks, You know what I've been craving? Mexican. I laugh. That's what I was thinking too. Yeah, let's go to Tio's Tacos. It's my favorite place for margaritas and tacos. Have you been yet? Carter shakes his head, so I grab his hand and lead the way. I get us seated quickly, and I start pointing out things on the menu that I enjoy most. The strawberry margarita is good, but have you ever had a frozen key lime margarita? When Carter shakes his head, I get giddy. When the server comes over, I order us 2 frozen margaritas and some chips with salsa and queso. Carter and I begin talking about the little things. Mostly, he asks me about the resort and how I enjoy it here. Likewise, I ask him about how his work is going, and we flow through easy conversation. I think again how much I really like Carter. Not in a romantic sense, but in a sense of he's a good guy. He doesn't make me feel like all he cares about is himself, and the questions he asks show me he actually wants to know the answers. I actually tell him stories about my childhood and how, despite how I might talk about them, I genuinely love my parents. Having them on my case to find a man is all that I really feel frustrated with them about. They're good people. That's never been up for debate with me. I love my parents, but the whole I need a man thing has really made being around them difficult. I mean, the fact I had to bring you there and have you win them over when I'm an adult is kind of frustrating. I know it sounds like I'm looking a gift horse in the mouth. No, it doesn't, Carter interrupts, putting his hand on top of one of mine. Nothing about what you've said makes me think any of that. I look down at our hands touching on the table, and then back up at this man I barely even know. He really does understand me. And I think that's what makes me want to keep doing this. A fake relationship is crazy, but he and I have a great time when we're together. And not only that, Carter is a better boyfriend than any of the real ones I've had. I'm glad he's here with me.
Chapter 13. Carter. In the 6 weeks since Jada and I agreed to help each other, we've basically perfected the art of a fake relationship. The two of us are like a finely oiled machine, with our weeks falling quickly into rhythm with each other's lives and family commitments. See you on Sunday for your family dinner? I ask as I drop Jada off after a visit to my mom's place one day. Yeah, if not before, she grins before shutting the car door. She turns again and waves over her shoulder just before she steps inside her building. I wave back, shooting her a warm smile. This becomes our regular routine, stepping in to fill whatever responsibilities a partner usually would, but without any of the pressure. It's a load-off, and I pretty much have a permanent smile plastered on my face, knowing that my mom has finally stopped worrying about me and that Jada's parents have stopped pressuring her to find someone. It's the perfect arrangement. Every Sunday we do dinner at her parents' place, and Jada even starts coming to see my mom twice a week with me. I don't expect her to come every time, of course, just every once in a while to keep my mom happy. But Jada insists on accompanying me every time I go to see her. I can tell she cares about making my mom happy almost as much as I do, and it helps me relax a lot. Mom is even starting to look a little better, and it's hard to tell if it's because the treatment is working or just because she's finally feeling more at ease about my love life. Oh, she's perfect, my mom says after almost every visit. I'm so happy for you. She even asks about Jada every time I call, and I hear the joy in her voice as she does. It gives me a little peace of mind knowing that if these really are my mom's last days, at least she'll leave the world thinking I've found what she always wanted for me. True love. I find myself enjoying the time with her parents, too. At one point, I actually take her dad up on his offer of a golf game, and it becomes immediately clear where Jada gets her sense of humor from. Well, you can laugh at my jokes, he tells me as we're walking from one hole to the next. I guess you're welcome in the family. It's not hard to hold up my end of that bargain since I genuinely find him funny, and it quickly becomes clear that her parents are as happy with our arrangement as my mom is. I start helping Jada's mom in the kitchen whenever we go over for dinner, and quickly discover that that's the way to get myself in Florence's good books. And I'm actually learning a lot from her, since I was never much of a cook myself before this. You know, any man who knows his way around a kitchen is okay in my book, Florence tells me as she hands me a tomato to chop. You're good husband material. She gives me an approving nod before going back to prep the salad. In the background, I see Jada roll her eyes, and we exchange a knowing glance and a smirk. I still haven't suggested taking things further and turning this fake relationship into a fake marriage, but the thought still lingers, especially seeing how much my mom loves Jada. I could actually see myself going through with it, just to make Mom happy and give her the wedding she still so desperately wants. It helps, of course, that hanging out with Jada is fun too. I have no doubt she'd make an amazing fake wife. We even start spending time together without our families involved. It only makes sense since I don't know any couple that exclusively spends time together with their respective parents in tow, but soon it becomes clear we actually like hanging out together. Some nights after work, I end up at the Clearwater Ocean Resort, chatting with Jada as she pours drinks. Other times we go out to catch a movie or to have dinner, and I find our time together is more and more enjoyable every time I see her. It's not just about keeping up appearances anymore either. We discover more things that we share in common. We both love hiking, but never have any time to do it. We both hate board games and resent that it's become a new trend among a bunch of our respective friends. We both agree that pineapple on pizza is an abomination, and we both share a guilty love for early 2000s pop music. Brittany was a visionary, I tell her one night as we're taking a walk along the beach. I dare say underrated, Jada replies. Even if she was and is an international sensation, she's still not appreciated the way she should be. We exchange a knowing but self-conscious grin before laughing. Okay, but what about NSYNC? Yay or nay? I ask, and the conversation flows from there. It pretty quickly becomes obvious that we're becoming good friends. More and more, I find myself looking for her number whenever I have something to share. My mom just got another MRI. The tumor hasn't gone down, but it hasn't grown either. I text her one day after getting the news from my mom. She's the first person I want to tell when I get news like that. But it's not just stuff about my mom or about her parents that I feel like sharing. One day I send her a funny video I find on Instagram, a dog that's been trained to serve drinks, along with a little quip about hiring him at On the Rocks. Another time I forward her a link to tickets for her favorite band and offer to take her if she feels like going. She sends me funny memes that link up to conversations we've had, sometimes things I've just mentioned in passing that she somehow remembers. Other times she sends me minute-by-minute updates about couples she's seen dating at the bar, terrible first dates, or marriage proposals, or massive out-of-control arguments. It's like sharing in the soap opera that is occasionally her professional life. It doesn't take long before we're exchanging texts every day, and I start to feel like she's not just a good friend. She's almost like my best friend. I could easily imagine us getting married. It would be a painless arrangement, good for both of us, and a way to temporarily go through the motions my mom so badly wants, with someone I actually like. It would be easy, with no strings attached. Since we're both on exactly the same page when it comes to love and marriage, we could break it off without any mess, and probably still remain friends. The more time I spend with Jada, the more sense it seems to make. Still, there are times when I have to laugh at how crazy all this is. You know we could be criminal masterminds, I joke one day when I go to visit Jada at the resort. We're getting so good at this fake relationship thing, I bet we could be real grifters if we really wanted to. What do you say? You could quit bartending, I could quit pharmaceuticals. We could get some beat-up old car and just travel the country conducting elaborate scams like Frank Abagnale. I shoot her a goofy grin, knowing she'll appreciate the absurd suggestion. Oh, definitely, she says in that dry way I've come to love so much. We'll find stray parents across the country and make them happy. For a price. I laugh and she hands me the beer I ordered, giving me a wink before turning back to the bar and serving the next customer.
Chapter 14. Jada. I can see Carter making his way over to me, and I smile. It's not like I wasn't expecting him. He does this all the time now. I mean, at first, he actually surprised me whenever he showed up. But now it's like we're actually a couple, and he comes to the resort constantly. It's nice, having him here. And not only does it feel like we're together, but at this point, there are a lot of coworkers who have come to the conclusion that we must be in love with each other. I don't even bother to correct anyone anymore, and neither does Carter. It's fun, the two of us having this little secret of not being a couple. To everyone else, we're together, but to us, we're helping one another out. Carter comes and takes a seat at the On the Rocks bar stool, and I give him a quick wink. Shift's almost over. I know, Carter responds with a twinkle in his eyes. That's why I'm here. Give me 10 minutes, I giggle. When I finish work, Carter follows me as we take a walk together, and I suggest heading down to the beach. It's beautiful out. The sun setting in the distance. It gives the sky countless colors to shine over the water and sand. I see pinks, yellows, purple, and oranges dancing over the water. I point out the beauty in the sky, and Carter stops me. Let's take a picture. He insists. It'll look beautiful. I don't argue with him. And he pulls out his phone, switching to selfie mode and posing next to me. Smile? He sings and takes a few snapshots. We look at the pictures together and he was right. They are beautiful. Send me those when you get a chance, I tell him eagerly. Mom will love it. Got it. I'll show my mom when we see her next. We turn to look out at the ocean, and Carter nudges me. If I worked here, I'd never get tired of this view. It's incredible. I don't, I state honestly. I get tired of a lot around here, but never the waves crashing and the smell of the salty water. It's comforting to me. Carter decides to sit down in the sand, and I join him. Mom was telling me about how you're becoming a better cook when I talk to her on the phone. I tease, bumping my shoulder with his. They really like you, Carter. Not just because you're sweet to them. He flashes his teeth at me. It's because I laugh at all your jokes, isn't it? Well, I mean, who wouldn't laugh at my jokes? I'm hilarious. Your dad is too. I didn't notice it when I was there the first time, but I can see where you get your terrible humor. I gape, shocked he would say such a thing. Did you just call my humor terrible? How dare you? I'm kidding, Jada. I'm kidding. He breaks into a fit of laughter. You're actually one of the funniest people I've ever met. That's why I love talking with you. I feel a shiver go down my spine at his words, but I don't exactly know why I do that. Because he thinks I'm funny? I know he does. He always laughs at my jokes. But what is it about him saying it aloud that makes me shiver? Anyways, I go on, clearing my throat and changing the subject. I brought my swimsuit today. I didn't know you'd be coming, so I decided today was a perfect day for a swim. I mean, it's one of the many perks of working here. Besides working with my sister? Oh, nothing is better than working with Heidi, even if her brother's a little corny, I reply. But having a private beach to swim on where I can just relax and enjoy the sunset, it's probably the best part of working here. I get it. I really see the appeal whenever we hang out here. It's breathtaking. I'm sorry I didn't tell you about going swimming. I would have made sure you brought a suit. Carter holds up his hands. Hey, don't stop on my account. I can still join you? I cross my arms, my tongue poking the inside of my cheek at the idea of Carter happening to have a bathing suit just sitting in his car. So what? You have a suit? Keep it in the glove compartment for emergencies like you're on Baywatch? First of all, I would be an asset to Baywatch. I'm tall, handsome, and I know how to do CPR. Oh, my mistake, I feign sincerity. And second, he ticks off on his finger. I'll be right back, little Miss Sarcastic. I laugh, shaking my head, and make my way to one of the empty cabanas nearby. I get into my red bikini, making sure I'm comfortable before heading back outside so I can find Carter. I don't see him, so I decide to lay in one of the hammocks while I wait. I lean my head back and take in more of the beautiful view, but the colors in the sky are turning darker as the sun goes lower and lower beyond the water. There truly is no better view in my opinion. I don't think I'll ever get tired of looking at this. After about 5 minutes, I look around again to see if I can find Carter. I don't know where he ran off to, but it couldn't have been far. Just as I'm debating going to look for him, he comes back out with a pair of swim shorts from one of the gift shops inside. A cartoon shark swims across them with the words, "Life's a beach" at Clearwater Resort. I can't help it. I burst out laughing as he makes his way down to me in his new ridiculous swim trunks. What's so funny? Carter questions when he's closer. He holds his arms outstretched. It couldn't possibly be the fact that I'm wearing this styling swimsuit to join you in the water, could it? I shake my head, but don't stop laughing. You're ridiculous, Carter. You really are. Before he can say anything, I push Carter backwards and begin gunning it towards the water. Last one in buys drinks. He stumbles back, but he recovers quickly, and he's almost made it to my side by the time I splash into the water and dive under. That was not cool, he remarks, splashing me with water. Then get faster legs, I chide back. He grabs me before I have a chance to realize what is about to happen and starts spinning in circles while he holds me tight. Apologize? He calls over the sounds of the water. You pushed me so you could win? Never apologize for greatness, I tell him, squirming to get out of his arms. I am the champion. You must buy me drinks, loser. That's it. I am so busy laughing that I don't realize what's about to happen before it's too late. Carter, still holding me tight, throws me a few feet away, where I land with a noisy splash. I come back up from the water, pushing my braids out of my face and rubbing my eyes to get rid of the salt water sting. You asshole! I gasp teasingly, splashing water at my fake boyfriend. How dare you? He narrows his eyes. Next time, maybe apologize for being a no-good cheat. I'll never apologize for being superior, Carter. When are you going to learn? He splashes me back and we both begin a water fight, not being able to stop laughing. After a while, we both begin to actually swim and enjoy ourselves in the water. It's nice knowing Carter likes my terrible jokes. He's gotten better at his retorts with me, and something about that feels special. I don't think anyone has ever understood me like Carter does.
Chapter 15. Carter. I flash Jada a warm smile as we stand outside my mom's door and ring the bell. As soon as the door opens, though, my smile falters. Come in, you two, my mom says, stepping aside to let us in. I have to try hard not to stare, though. She's looking noticeably worse than she did just a few days ago. I had let myself believe that me being with Jada would somehow fix things, but I'm realizing it might not be so easy. Her cheeks are sunken and there are bags under her eyes, looking puffy and dark against the otherwise thin, pale skin of her face. She looks tired and I can see it's getting harder for her to walk. Despite my shock, Jada doesn't miss a beat. It's so good to see you, honey, she says, giving my mom a gentle hug as she steps inside. The normalcy of her greeting snaps me out of it, and I follow suit, hugging my mom and carrying in the bag of food we brought with us. This time it's not takeout. We decided to cook something for you tonight, I tell my mom, and despite looking worse for wear, she breaks into a wide grin. Oh, you two, you don't have to do that, she says. We wanted to, I reply, and Jada and I exchange a smile. Besides, Florence has been giving me a couple of pointers, and I think my cooking is getting better, especially with Jada to help me. I'll get the plates, Jada says, and disappears into the kitchen while I help my mom sit comfortably. I'm so happy for you, Carter, she says while Jada's out of earshot. I think you should hold on to her. I'm doing my best, I tell her, trying not to make any bold promises. But I can see how much joy is in her eyes. Even through the sickness, it's clear that she's genuinely happy. All right, comes Jada's voice as she rejoins us with everything we need for dinner. The food should still be hot. I hope you like spaghetti. If it's something you and Carter made, then I already love it, she says, reaching out and touching Jada's arm as she sets the plates down. And if it agrees with what you can eat, right, Mom? I say, trying to see if I can swing the conversation around to her least favorite topic, her health. She gives me a look, but I press on. How's the treatment going? I ask, serving up a pile of spaghetti onto my mom's plate. Oh, it's going, she says, not making eye contact. Well, what are the doctors saying? They say I have a wonderful son and a beautiful daughter out of law, she jokes with a twinkle in her eye. Mom, I say, but I can't help but smile at her mischievous answer. Even though I know she must be suffering, it's clear how happy she is to see me with Jada. I'm just glad the two of them get along so well. Well, you can tell them hi from me, Jada quips back, and the two of them chuckle a little, like old friends sharing a joke. I shake my head, but I'm smiling as I do, and I don't say anything else. Instead, I serve up some spaghetti on Jada's plate, then mine. "I hope you like it, Mom," I say, and she flashes me a warm smile. The three of us take our first bites in silence, and I have to say, I'm proud of the way the meal turned out. Mom seems to like it too. "This is delicious," she says, closing her eyes and savoring the taste. When she opens them again, she looks between us both pointedly. "I love how in sync you two are." "Like Justin and Lance," Jada says without missing a beat. "And JC and Joey and Chris," I finish, and we exchange a look before bursting out laughing. My mom is looking between us, baffled but clearly pleased that we've got our own little in-jokes. "They're the members of NSYNC," I explain once Jada and I have recovered. "It's a band," Jada chimes in when my mom's expression doesn't change. "Oh, that's nice," she says. "Maybe if you ever decide to get married, you could play one of their songs at the wedding." She looks sneakily between us, as if knowing she's pushing it a little with such a suggestion. She clearly doesn't know what boy bands sound like, and Jada and I laugh at the thought of having our guilty pleasure music playing at our fake wedding. Besides, Jada and I still haven't made any decisions about getting married, and at least for my part, the jokes about NSYNC are an easy way to avoid talking about that. My mom, however, doesn't let up. "I don't want to pressure you, of course," she tells us, and the atmosphere suddenly grows serious. "But if a wedding is in the cards, it'd be nice if I could be a part of it." It's her unspoken words that hang in the air, though. What she means is, it'd be nice if I could be a part of it while I'm still alive. She looks between us again, and I can see a potent mixture of sadness and hope in her eyes. It's heartbreaking, and it's almost enough to make me agree to a wedding just out of compassion. The last thing I want to do is scare Jada off, though, and for a moment, neither of us say anything. As far as I know, she's still not sure where she stands on the whole fake wedding idea. I completely understand that a fake relationship is one thing. A fake marriage is something else entirely. I sneak a look at her, trying to gauge her reaction to my mom's words, and to my surprise, I see she's smiling warmly. "Of course, honey," she says kindly. "And if we do get married, I think NSYNC would be a wonderful addition to the playlist." Her humor is so dry sometimes that I don't know if she's messing with us again, or if she's genuinely trying to make my mom feel better. But the more the conversation goes on, the more it seems she's humoring Mom's suggestion. I'm grateful for it. I know there's no guarantee we'll go through with the marriage, but as long as my mom feels like there's a chance it might happen, I can feel like I'm living up to her dream for me. And seeing the way she looks now, talking to Jada about the possibility, that's all I want for her. "You know, you'd make such a beautiful bride," my mom tells Jada. "You could pull off any dress. I'm sure of it." I can't help but smile at this, even though a fake wedding still might not be in the cards at all. I have to admit, my mom's right, though. I know Jada would be stunning, no matter what she wore. "And I'm sure Carter would make a very handsome groom," Jada adds, looking at me with a twinkle in her eye. I assume this is part of the ruse, and I have to hand it to her, she's convincing. My mom seems to buy it too, and she grins with delight at the thought of it. "You two already make such a beautiful couple," she says, "and seeing you two get married would just make me so happy." So much for not putting on any pressure, I think, but there's no malice in the thought. I'm going to have to talk to Jada about going through with the wedding after all. It's obvious my mom would be able to go in peace if she thought I'd settled down with a woman, especially one she's so fond of.
Chapter 16. Jada. "Temperature okay?" Carter asks. "You can adjust your side," he says, pointing. "The seats heat or cool, too." "I'm good, thanks," I say and relax in my seat. The leather feels super luxurious. "Who would need a heated seat in Malibu?" I ask. "Ha," he says. "My mom says it feels good on her back." "Oh," I say. "His mom is so sweet and it's just so sad. Would it be so wrong to marry Carter, just to give that woman the one thing she wants more than anything in the world?" Plus, I could do a lot worse than him. Of all the guys my parents have set me up with, none of them have been as fun to hang out with as Carter. It seems like her dearest wish is to get to see Carter married. It's so sad. She's been so nice to me. She would make a lovely mother-in-law. How could it be wrong to give a dying woman her heart's desire? She doesn't even want it for herself. She just wants to know her son will be okay. Then there are my parents. It grates on me a little that they think they need a man to take care of me. Haven't I proven I can take care of myself? Still, if that's what they want. Carter is kind of perfect. He's well established in his career, super rich, and most of all, caring. Honestly, I can't imagine a set of parents who wouldn't be over the moon if Carter proposed to their daughter. Still nuts, I mutter. What? Carter says. Nothing, I say. Well, here we are, he says, parking. Thanks for... It's complicated. I agree, and he nods. Want to come in for a minute? I ask. It just comes out. I don't know why. No, I do. I want to talk more about the fake marriage thing. It's kind of crazy, but I don't really want it to end. It's been too much fun, and it would make my parents happy and his mom thrilled. Inside, I offer him a beer, and he accepts. I realize how comfortable I am with him. I'm not trying to impress him. I'm not worrying about where the night will end or what comes next. I just like having him around. What should we toast to? He says, raising his bottle. I take a deep breath and decide to go for it. To getting married? I proclaim. What? He says. He's standing there shocked, mouth gaping open like a fish. Oof, that's not a good comparison. He's much sexier than any fish. If I had to pick a fake husband, he definitely would be up there with Justin and ahead of Lance. I've been thinking about it, I confess. Your mom is just so sweet and hanging out with you is just so much fun. I know turning a fake relationship into a fake marriage is a lot of fake commitment, but I think I'm ready for it. It's crazy, and it's certainly not like I imagined it would be. I thought the man of my dreams would be asking me, in a proposal that took my breath away, a story that would spread like wildfire and be the inspiration for every romantic proposal for at least the next decade. This isn't that, but he's staring at me, trying to find the words to say, and I know I'm okay with it. We're doing a good deed. We are helping each other and helping his mom have a last little bit of happiness. It's amazing in its own way. Are you sure? You mean it? He asks, and I can tell he doesn't believe I've agreed to it. Yes, I say confidently. Fake it till you feel it has always been my motto, but I actually feel reasonably sure about this. He's a nice guy, and it would solve both our problems. That's fantastic, he says. He grabs me and plants a kiss on my lips. I'm just leaning into it when he suddenly pulls away. Oh my God, he says. I'm sorry. Don't be, I say, shaking my head to clear it. If we're going to pull this off, we have to be good with public displays of affection. People should think we can't keep our hands off each other. He nods. I lock my knees, which are a little shaky. For an impromptu, we're going to get fake married kiss. All I can think is, wow. I could do a lot worse. I think. I'm pretty sure that poor guy from my parents' church who got roped into dinner with me wouldn't kiss like that. I tell myself to stop. If we are going to do this for his mom and my parents, we need some ground rules and no complications. Sex, no matter how much fun it would probably be, would definitely be, would complicate matters. Why don't we sit down, I say, pointing to the couch. We should talk about this. Good idea, he says, nodding. I grab a pad and a pen before sitting down next to him. I write rules of a fake marriage on the top and underline it twice. I show it to him and he nods. I add the number 1. First rule, I say, realizing I have no idea. If we Googled it, what would come up? Should we ask Alexa? He says dryly, and I laugh. I was just thinking the same thing. No, we can do this. Just think. I think, he says slowly, you would move in with me. Huh? I say. It would look better, wouldn't it? He says. When I don't say anything, he adds, I have a big house. I wouldn't expect anything. I'll consider it, I say, and write down move in with Carter on my pad. I mean, you're right. It would be perfectly natural. Plus, we are going to have to plan the wedding, so we'll be spending a lot of time together anyway. Oh boy, the wedding, he says as I add it to my list. I don't know how much help I'll be in that department. I just want your mom to enjoy the process, I say. My mom will probably have some opinions too, but I'm sure they will get along great. When should we tell them? Tomorrow? No, he says. Soon though, okay? Sure, I say. We finish our drinks and he leaves, giving me a very chaste kiss on the cheek on the way out the door. I clean up a little before heading to my room. I can't believe I'm doing this, I think. I shut my eyes and imagine myself in a big kitchen. I'm chopping stuff up for dinner. Carter comes home with a big bouquet of flowers. For me, I say, batting my eyelashes at him. What's the occasion? Do I need an occasion? Every day I come home and you're here is enough occasion for me. I go into the bathroom and grab a towel and hold it on my head like a veil. It looks terrible. Well, I don't know what I'm going to wear for the wedding, but it won't be made out of burnt orange terry cloth. I hang the towel back up. Hi, I say to the mirror. I'm Jada, Carter's wife. Nice to meet you. It sounds nice. It feels kind of... Stop, I hiss at the mirror. But that kiss, a little voice in my head says, not half bad. That was because it was a surprise, I tell myself sternly. This is an arrangement. Think of his mother. Think of mine. I turn away from the mirror. If we are going to do this, and it really seems like we are, the first rule needs to be, don't get carried away. I go back to my pad and write it down, pressing my pen hard into the paper. Hopefully, it will make an impression in my brain too. Hopefully.
Chapter 17. Carter. I don't know how Jada's going to act with the surprise I've planned, but I think it's a good idea. I don't give any indication to Jada what the night will bring. Instead, I come pick her up from the bar when her shift is over. I'd had Heidi help me out by finding out Jada's favorite restaurant at the resort, and I managed to get us a reservation. I don't tell Jada any of this, though, so when we arrive at the Starlight dining room, Jada turns to me, stunned. What are we doing here? We can go to Tio's or somewhere else. This place isn't exactly cheap. I can see the worried look on her face, but I take her hand in mine. Relax, I tell her, smiling. I thought it'd be nice to take you to a nice dinner. Is that a crime? She looks around the room. I feel underdressed, Carter. I wish you had told me. You're still the most beautiful woman in here. You don't need to change anything. I watch her turn away from me, and I just know that she's hiding an embarrassed smile from me. We're led to a table with silverware wrapped in cloth napkins, 2 wine glasses, and a candle lit in the center. We sit together, and I order us a bottle of white, not wanting to get champagne and confuse Jada. I want her to feel as though she is getting the proposal of her dreams, and part of that is not giving it away too soon. We eat our dinners, enjoying some incredibly fresh salmon, and talk about nothing in particular. I notice that Jada's anxiety has calmed. I smile inwards, knowing she has no idea what is waiting for her at the end of the night. I find myself enjoying the surprise I've laid out for Jada. It's strange that even a fake proposal has got me so excited. Even though this isn't a real proposal, even though it has nothing to do with true love or any of it, I'm still nervous and eager all at once. Jada deserves a good night, and I want to be the one who gives it to her. After I pay, sidestepping Jada's attempts to at least leave the tip, I ask her if she'd like to take a walk along the beach, something that we've begun doing more recently. She nods, and we make our way down there. We walk along the sand for a few minutes, Jada telling me about her day, and I find myself filled with anticipation. It's now or never, Carter. Propose to your fake girlfriend. Jada, I say as soon as she finishes talking. Yeah? She asks, turning to look at me. I get down on one knee, pulling the box out of my pocket. I'm glad she never noticed it, considering the fact that it had been in my front right pocket all night. I figured you deserved a real proposal, and I wanted to give you that. You've been incredibly kind and helpful to me for the last few months, and I appreciate your help in making my mom happy. I know this is all for show, but will you fake marry me? I can see Jada's eyes glistening as she nods at me over and over again. Of course I will, Carter. Yes. Her excitement makes me smile, and I open the ring box to show her what I'd purchased. Gasping, Jada looks from the ring to me. Carter, it's beautiful, but it looks way too expensive for a fake engagement. Why didn't you just get something smaller? I laugh. No, I promise I can afford it, really. Besides, with everything you've done for me since we met, you deserve it. 100%. I hold out my hand to her, and I slip the ring onto her finger. I went with something simple, something classy, and something that reminded me of Jada. It's an oval ring with a small band but a large gem. It caught my eye the moment I saw it. She may think it's an expensive ring, but it's not a matter of money. All I cared about was giving Jada something she would love and would be perfect for her. I could never pay Jada back for all she's done for me, but it feels like a start. You know, I guess I got lucky. I bagged the best rich fake husband a girl could ever dream of getting. She watches the ring glisten in the setting sun, and I can see something that she doesn't want me to. She has tears in her eyes, though she's trying to keep them hidden from me. Is it possible that she's actually excited to fake marry me? That through all of this, she's actually enjoying our fake relationship? You two have a deal. This proposal was all part of a plan to get both of you what you wanted. This isn't anything more than two people tricking everyone into thinking they're getting married. I wonder, though, how is she really feeling about this whole thing? I clear my throat. Do you want me to take you to your parents? Show the ring in person? I think they'd appreciate that. That's a great idea. We can stop at your mom's after. Show Honey that her son has impeccable taste in diamond rings. She giggles, grabbing my hand. Come on, let's go. We make our way to Florence and Bruce's, and when we arrive, Jada can't help but show the ring and let out a squeal before we've even stepped off the doormat. Her parents are shocked at first, but invite us in quickly to celebrate. Bruce brings out a bottle of champagne, and we toast to our engagement. Florence begins to tear up, and her daughter gives her a hug, telling her not to cry. I'm just so happy for you, baby, Florence admits. You deserve to be happy, and I'm glad it's Carter who does that for you. Bruce juts out his hand to me while the girls talk, and I shake it. Now you take care of my daughter for me, Carter. I can see the way she looks at you, the way you look at her. She's something special, and I'm glad she met someone as devoted as you. I nod my head, letting go of his hand. Of course, sir. I truly want her to be happy, too. And to my surprise, I'm not lying. Since I met Jada, she's shown me that not only is she smart, clever, and hard-working, but she's hilarious and wants to enjoy her life happily. I want it for her, probably as much as she does. Getting to know her has been unbelievably fun, and spending time laughing, talking, swimming, joking around together has shown me that there's no one else I'd rather fake date. Jada looks over at me with this picturesque smile, and I can feel my lip tug upwards as she and I make eye contact. She really is something special, and whether we're going to be fake married or not, I do want her to enjoy our time together. She deserves it after all, not just because she's helping me, but because she's genuinely a remarkable person. We stay for an hour at the Cyrus household before we make our way to my mom's. She doesn't even make it a minute before she begins to cry, holding on to Jada's face. "Welcome to the family, darling." Mom might still be pale and has definitely lost more weight, but the news of our engagement brings her eyes and heart back to life. I'm glad she'll get to see us get married even if it's not real.
Chapter 18. Jada. Carter is at work today, but I decided I want to spend some time with Honey. She asked if I wanted to come over so we could talk about wedding stuff, and I said yes, of course. Even though we're going to be getting married at the resort with a wedding planner, we still chat about the simple stuff. "Do you have a favorite flower you'd want to have throughout the area?" Honey asks as we pore over some wedding magazines. "I think you look beautiful with red roses surrounding the two of you." Red roses sound nice and very classy. Those would look amazing, I agree. I think purple roses mixed in would also draw a lot of attention to the two of us as well. Honey clasps her hands together. "Oh, that's a wonderful idea, Jada. Red and purple together contrast beautifully." I smile, loving that Honey is enjoying the planning of our fake wedding. We go through the magazines, pointing out different things we like about each picture we find, and writing down ideas that we'd love to try incorporating into our wedding. "Oh, what about the dessert? Should there be a cake or a full table of desserts anyone can choose from?" I ask. "You should absolutely have a cake, darling." Honey gazes into my eyes. "A cake is a sacred tradition. Even if you don't serve it to your guests, you and Carter deserve to cut the cake together. And then shove his face into the frosting for sure," I tease. "Absolutely. I wouldn't expect anything less from you." I snort out a laugh, and we turn the page. Then we'll do a table of different desserts, including the cake, and then have someone cut up some cake slices for the guests who want a slice of our finger-tasting cake. The only correct flavor to enjoy on someone's wedding day. Honey nods. I glance over at Honey as she keeps looking through the magazines. I don't like thinking about how this might be one of the last things Carter's mom does, but even when she's happy and enjoying herself talking about weddings, I can't help worrying about her. Every time we do dinner together, I notice Honey gets worse and worse. She's good at hiding it if we're only around for an hour, but today is different. I've been with her all morning, and already 2 different nurses have come in for her home care. Nothing crazy, just checking vitals and giving her medications. But I can see how hard she strains in the presence of everyone. She wants to still look as strong and as independent as she possibly can. "Oh, Jada, look at this dress," Honey cries, bringing me back to the reality around me. Honey points to a dress that is a mermaid style, and the neckline is exquisite. We stare at it in awe, and it's the first time I realize I haven't even gotten a dress yet. "I'll have to send you pictures when I pick out my dress," I tell her. I hadn't even thought about that part, which is crazy, right? Honey overlaps my hand with hers. "It's not crazy. You two are getting married, and sometimes things aren't as important to you as you once believed. I know you'll be able to find a wedding dress you're in love with before the big day." She smiles at me. "And you must send pictures when you find your dress. I want to be able to see what my future daughter-in-law will be wearing as she walks down the aisle." The words hit me harder than I ever anticipated they would. I knew it would be said eventually, but Honey calling me a member of the family brings tears to the back of my eyes, and I have to blink ferociously to hold them back so she doesn't see. We look at a couple of different dresses in silence, and I find myself growing not only more excited for this wedding, but nervous as well. In just a short time, I'm going to be someone's wife, someone's person. Even if it's all fake to make other people happy, it's still something huge. I've always seen marriage as a big deal. When I was young, I was always terrified by the idea of getting divorced because kids I grew up with had divorced parents. It worried me. I watched my friends struggle with school or trying to understand why things had changed. I may not be in elementary school anymore, but deep down, a part of me is still that same worried kid. Fake marriage or not, the idea of a divorce is petrifying. I don't think Carter would understand. And either way, I'm not going to be sharing these feelings with him. Honey and I eat lunch together a little while later, just some simple sandwiches, and she tells me she's still trying to decide what she should wear. She's the mother of the groom after all, and she wants to look good as well. She explains some of the options she has in mind, but once I clear the plates to the sink, Honey is struggling to stand up, saying she needs to get to the bathroom quickly. I help her, and as soon as she closes the door, I hear her getting sick. It wrenches my stomach to hear her suffer, and all I can do is stand outside the bathroom door, waiting to see if she needs anything from me. I'm not going to leave her in there alone. After a few more minutes, Honey calls out for me, asking for help again. "I'm sorry," she says as I help her up. "It's a side effect. Sometimes I eat and I'm fine, and other times I end up in the bathroom, losing all contents of my stomach like I've been drinking all day and night." "You don't have to apologize, honey. I understand." I get her out of the bathroom and decide to take her back to her bedroom so she can rest. We've been talking all morning. She must be drained. I help Honey into bed, covering her with the blankets. I turn on the bedside lamp, and I see just how thin she's really gotten. Her cheekbones are sunken and her body shivers as she just lies in the bed. When I was carrying her, I could feel her ribs digging into my side, and it hurt to see this incredible, sweet woman hurting like this. "Honey, can I get you anything? A glass of water? A book? Anything?" "Jada," she whispers. "You got me everything I've wanted for the last several years. You're marrying my son." I give her the faintest of smiles. "He's a good man, and he's done a lot for me since we met. I can't imagine not marrying him." It's funny. Even that last part doesn't feel like a lie. "I'm so happy to hear that, dear." Honey closes her eyes, and I take that as my leave to go home and let her rest. I turn off the lamp and walk out of her bedroom, cleaning up after ourselves and leaving the stack of magazines on her kitchen table. As I get into my car to head back home, I realize that Carter's wanting this for his mother so soon was the right choice. I've come to really appreciate and love Honey. And the fact of the matter is, this wedding is for her. It's to ensure she gets to see Carter marrying the woman he loves. I may only be fake, but I can play my part pretty well. But the wedding needs to happen faster. I feel the urgency in my body as I drive. I don't want to imagine Honey not making it to the wedding, but I find myself beginning to choke up. So I let the thoughts go. Almost there. We got this. I hope.
Chapter 19. Carter. We're at the resort to meet with our wedding planner, and she's showing us a couple of different options. So, as you know, we do weddings all the time here. We have a couple different outlines we can use to get started. Whatever you choose, everything will pretty much be cut and dry. So let's go through it all together, shall we? I don't really understand everything that the planner is saying, but I watch Jada's face light up with excitement each time she makes a decision. I like seeing her excited, so I nod along and insist that whatever the bride wants, she can have. We all decide on the banquet hall, mostly because it has windows that go from floor to ceiling and it overlooks the ocean. Jada seems to be enjoying herself as she makes her choices, she and the planner laughing together about certain things. Jada brings up an interesting color combo for the flowers, and she mentions she hasn't bought her dress, though she has an idea of what she wants it to be. She mentions a mermaid dress with lace and pearls that accent the neck of the dress, and says she knows it'll be perfect. Thankfully, the concept is pretty simplistic, and at the end of the meeting I'm caught up on everything that the ladies have decided on. Once we finish with the planner, Jada stands and gives her a hug, and I shake her hand, thanking her for all her help. I ask Jada if she wants to walk with me for a bit, and she agrees. We set off on our usual walk through the resort. We don't say much, but after a few minutes, Jada points out the fire pit in the lounge, and we make our way over to sit and enjoy it. I love this spot. I love the warmth of the fire. It's relaxing. Jada closes her eyes and leans her head back, taking a deep breath. Is this everything you want? I ask her, realizing that this question will make no sense out of context. The wedding? Is this what you dreamed of when you imagined your wedding? She smiles, still with her eyes closed. Even though it's fake? Even though it's fake. She opens her eyes and looks at me with a huge grin. I love it. It's absolutely perfect. Everything I could have wanted, which is crazy since this isn't even a real wedding. I mean, do you know how many weddings I've seen here? They're all fairy tale status, and I know they aren't cheap. I nod, but she's still beaming at me. I never thought I'd be on this side of this whole thing. I can't believe that I'm getting married. Here. I want to ask her if that's a good thing or a bad thing. The getting married part. I'm still nervous about this whole thing. I'm happy that she's enjoying this entire experience, but I want to know how she feels about the fact that I'm the man she's going to marry. I'd never be able to afford this on my own, she mentions again. But the fact that we are doing this here is an actual dream. I'm so excited, Carter. I can't wait to have this wedding and for everyone to finally get what they want. Everyone will get what they want. She's right. Our parents will finally get to see their children marry and settle down. Mom will have fulfilled her desire of wanting to help with the wedding and being a part of it. Bruce and Florence will have a son-in-law that they are happy with, someone they approve of. And Jada and I might not have exactly our independence quite the way we imagined it, but I'm glad that she's someone I'm getting the chance to know. Not to mention, the way she smiles, the way she enjoys her life and her family is all important to me too. I look around the resort, and in the distance I can see various attractions and luxuries. I think about everything they offer here, and how much of it Jada has actually experienced. I mean, she's a bartender, and there's the spa, the swimming pool, the activities, and more. For all I know, the only thing she's really experienced besides the restaurants is the ocean to go swimming and maybe some of the different drinks at the bars. What if we could do some of these things? I've never really experienced most of the resort either, and I'm curious about the different pools and the spa, the gym, sauna, everything. What if we stayed here after the wedding? Immediately, my mind starts conjuring up ideas. We could have our honeymoon here. I mean, the resort already knows we're getting married, and Jada working here means she'll know all the best things to do, the best places to go. She's been on the worker side of things here for so long that maybe she should take this break. A honeymoon where we get to experience all the parts of the resort we want, having great food, drinks, and staying in one of the incredible luxury suites. It all sounds so lavish, and I smile to myself. What are you thinking about? Jada questions me, and I look over at her. I must have been quiet for a while without realizing it. You having any second thoughts? I shake my head, moving closer to her to assure her. Of course not. No, I'm just thinking about how this whole thing has been so great, so simple. I mean, our parents love that we're together. They all see how happy we make one another, even if it's not real. I was just thinking about how I'm glad you're the one I'm fake marrying. Jada looks down at the ring I bought her, turning her hand so that the diamond sparkles from the light of the fire. I watch her, admiring the way she stares at the stone. I just don't want you to regret choosing me. I think your mom is absolutely incredible. The love she has for you is immense. I'm glad we're doing this so she gets to enjoy the one thing she's looked forward to, Jada says. She turns towards me and leans her head on my shoulder, her eyes lingering back to the fire. I want her to be happy too, you know? Her and my parents. They raised us right, and now they want us to be happy the way they are. Carter, as insane as it sounds, this has been an amazing time. You're truly a great guy, and I'm lucky that when I get married, you'll be the one I'm standing next to. I think that together we have what it takes to truly make everyone happy around us. I want to ask if we will be happy. In the end, when our relationship is over, when we're back to being friends or even strangers, Will all of this feel like an absurd dream? Will I be able to speak to Jada as if we're still as close as we are now? Promise me something? I find myself asking her, though I think it's a stupid thing to ask. What? Jada's face comes away from my shoulder, and she looks at me intensely, searching my eyes to find whatever it is she is looking for from me. What should I promise? I let out a deep sigh. When we finish our deal, when everything has been achieved, promise me we'll still be friends? I like spending time with you, Jada. I know it's all pretend, but you're truly an addition to my life that I never saw coming, and now I can't imagine you out of it. I watch a tear begin to form in her eye, but she doesn't say anything. She just nods and she smiles tenderly.
Chapter 20. Jada. The feeling of soft cotton sheets is the first thing I notice when I wake up, and for a second, I don't know where I am. My sheets at home don't feel this good. My bed definitely isn't this big, and the light streaming through the windows usually comes from a different direction. Then all of a sudden it hits me, and I almost squeal with delight. I'm in one of the resort's luxury suites, and today is my wedding day. It's also the first day of a week-long fake honeymoon to go along with the fake wedding. I jump out of bed, and I feel waves of nervous excitement running through me. Even though none of this is real, there's still something thrilling about marrying Carter, and I go about my morning routine with a huge smile on my face. Around 10 o'clock, Raven and Heidi show up at my door. This time, there really is lots of squealing involved. "Oh, hun, you're going to be such a beautiful bride," Heidi tells me as she pulls out the celebratory breakfast champagne. "A toast to Jada," Raven says as the bubbly gets passed around. We all laugh and clink glasses, enjoying a morning of pampering and giggling and excitement. As the hour of the ceremony draws closer, though, Raven pulls me aside. "I'm really excited for you," she says, but I can see concern in her eyes. "But I just want to check in. Are you sure you want to go through with this?" I can tell she's thinking back to the phone call, where I first told her about the idea of a fake wedding. A lot has changed since then, though, and I do my best to reassure her. "Thanks, Raven, but I'm sure. Carter's a good guy. It'll all be fine." She nods, even if she doesn't look entirely convinced, and pulls me into a hug. "As long as you're happy, that's all that matters," she says, and I squeeze her back, grateful to have such a good friend. Surprisingly, I'm feeling more sure about the wedding than ever. And when the girls help me into my dress, it just confirms how excited I am for today. The mermaid dress hugs my figure in all the right places, with the lace detail and tiny white pearls dotted across my décolletage. I look in the mirror, and I almost cry at what I see. With my braids done up beautifully atop my head, my skin glowing and my makeup perfect, not to mention the stunning dress, I feel like a princess. I don't let myself cry, though. Ruining my makeup before the ceremony would be more than a little annoying. Instead, I watch as a broad smile stretches over my face. I don't even care if this is a fake wedding. It's still the fairy tale I never allowed myself to ever hope for. Nothing can ruin this day. "All right, ready to join the Finch family?" Heidi says, grinning at me. I nod. "So ready," I say, and we make our way down to the banquet hall Carter booked for the wedding. It looks amazing. Everything I've always thought was reserved for other people, but not me. With the floor-to-ceiling windows looking out onto the water, it feels like we're practically getting married on the beach itself. My dad is waiting to take me down the aisle, and as I loop my hand through his arm, I see how emotional he's getting at finally seeing me get married. I don't even feel guilty for the ruse, mostly because I'm also a little emotional myself. "I'm so happy for you, sweetie," he says just as we begin our walk toward the altar. I can see he's tearing up a little, but the moment I see Carter waiting for me at the altar, all I can do is smile. He looks so handsome in his tuxedo, and I feel my heartbeat quicken a little at the sight of him. It doesn't slow, even as I step up to the altar beside him, And somehow, as he says his vows, the excitement and nervousness turns into genuine happiness. I promise to always love you, to always support you, to always laugh with you, Carter says, looking deep into my eyes. You are the most incredible woman I've ever met, and every day I get to spend by your side is the next best day of my life. The way he says it, it almost sounds like the words have real meaning, and by the time we're asked to say, I do, I've let myself totally surrender to the moment. It feels like we're really pledging our lives to each other, and I'm equal parts surprised and ecstatic to find that that's exactly what I want. I do, I tell the celebrant, but my eyes are fixed on Carter. I mean those words with all my heart. My promise only becomes more real as the day goes on, and by the time our first dance comes around, I'm feeling truly committed to a life with Carter, even if I know in the back of my mind that that's not what this is. For today, though, it doesn't matter. A sappy NSYNC song slowly croons through the banquet hall, a little nod to the day his mom convinced us to go through with the wedding. Carter and I make our way to the dance floor. I promise you, I whisper into his ear, I will always love NSYNC. He laughs, and I can feel his warm breath on my neck. Despite my attempt to ease the tension with humor, I still feel like this moment is magical, and I pull away to smile up at him. I want to take in every second of this day and store it in my memory forever. Even the silly choice of music is perfect in my eyes. Carter looks down at me, his hands holding me by the waist while I drape my arms around his neck. The way he looks at me sets my heart racing all over again. You know, you look stunning, he tells me, his voice low and breathy. I can't help but be thrilled at the compliment from my husband, even if he's only my husband on paper. I'm still gazing at him like he's the real thing, and the look in his eyes tells me he's either a really good actor or he's letting himself feel the same way. That loving gaze doesn't change as we cut the cake together, or as we toast with champagne, or as we greet all our guests, and my excitement doesn't fade as I throw the bouquet into the crowd and joke that since Raven caught it, she'll be the next to get hitched. I just hope mine's a real wedding, she quips quietly in my ear as I hug her. I don't know. So far I have nothing but rave reviews about this fake one, I whisper back with a grin, making sure none of the other guests hear us. When Honey comes up to me to give her congratulations, she pulls me into a tight hug with more strength than I expected, given her deteriorating condition. I'm so happy I could be here to witness this, she tells me, tears welling in her eyes. Thank you for bringing my son so much joy. He's lucky to have you as his wife, and I'm lucky to have you as my daughter-in-law. I pull her into another hug, touched by her words and by how overjoyed she clearly is to be here. I'm so glad we could give her this happy day, but I can't help but be aware it's so much more than that for me now. I'm the lucky one, I tell her, and my eyes really do well with tears this time. I feel like the luckiest bride.
Chapter 21. Carter. I try my best to stretch the kinks out of my body from the couch's curves, but it's no good. Postmodern furniture is better for looking at than sleeping on, and unfortunately that's all they have in these luxury suites. I guess they expect their newlyweds to share a bed, and I guess I can't blame them for that. Still, my physical discomfort is a small price to pay to make sure Jada doesn't feel emotionally uncomfortable. Even though she insisted I sleep in the bed with her last night, I couldn't bear the thought of making her worry I was going to try something. I sit up, rolling my neck a little as I look over to the king-sized bed just a few feet away. Nestled among the sheets is Jada, still sleeping peacefully, and I smile. My wife is so beautiful. The thought comes in my head, and it almost makes me laugh. As I watch her, I notice her stir a little, and a few moments later she opens her eyes. "Good morning," she says, a smile spreading over her face before she's even woken up properly. "Morning sunshine," I reply, my smile matching hers. She sits up eagerly, rubbing the sleep from her eyes, You really should have slept in here last night, you know, she tells me, casting an eye on the couch. That must have been so uncomfortable. Oh no, it was totally fine, I lie. Probably just as good as the bed. She gives me a skeptical look. Mm-hmm. Well, anyway, since we're on our honeymoon now, I thought we could take full advantage of the perks, I say, eager to change the subject. How about a couple's massage at the spa? I don't tell her that part of the reason is my aching neck, and luckily she doesn't ask. Oh, that's way too much, Chase. You've already done so much for me by paying for the wedding, she protests. I shake my head. Don't think about it like that, I say. We're spending a week here, and I already told you I want you to enjoy everything it has to offer. All the parts you always wanted to try for yourself but never could. I cast what I hope is a convincing grin, and she smiles back at me. Well, I did always wonder what the spa here would be like, she admits. Settled then, I announce. A couple's massage it is. I watch the smile on her face grow even wider as she allows herself to accept the invitation. As we get ready for the day, she even starts telling me how excited she is. We make our way down to the spa, holding hands half as a joke, half to keep up appearances. As the massage therapists greet us, they comment on yesterday's wedding. We heard you're the newlyweds, one of them says. Congratulations! You really make a beautiful couple, says the other, and Jada and I can't help but giggle a little at the comments. Thank you, I say, jokingly keeping up the ruse. It was love at first sight, you know. We keep this up all through the massage before heading up to our room relaxed and bliss-stoned. In this state, we order room service and champagne and have a romantic lunch on the balcony. To a long and happy marriage, I toast, smiling over at Jada. She smiles back, echoing the sentiment, and we both drink to our future, whatever that might be. I can't help but steal glances at Jada as we enjoy lunch. She really is stunning, and even if this is all a ploy, I can't help but feel lucky to be here with her. I'm having a great time already, and I get the feeling she is too. So, what's next on the agenda? She asks, pulling the resort's activity schedule over from across the table. There's horseback riding, snorkeling, dance lessons. Ooh, there's couples yoga in about an hour. Want to go? I start, but the look of excitement on her face makes it impossible to say no. Sure. We slowly get ready and head to the studio where the class is taking place. I'm not the most flexible person in the class, not by a long shot, but even I enjoy a good stretch. We take turns laying over each other's back in child's pose, leaning back to back in half lotus, and keeping each other steady in warrior two. None of these names meant anything to me before, but feeling the rise and fall of Jada's breath and matching mine to follow her, letting my body weight rest against her, grasping her hand and looking into her eyes. All these things leave me feeling relaxed and grounded. Maybe this couple's yoga wasn't such a bad idea after all, I think as the teacher ends the class. Besides, between the massage and the yoga, my neck is feeling great by the time we're done, and I have to admit to Jada I actually enjoyed myself. Want to go for a walk along the water? I ask as we're leaving the class. You read my mind, she says back, smiling. As if by instinct, I take her hand as we make our way down to a secluded section of the beach. Her skin feels soft and warm, and every so often, my fingers brush against her wedding and engagement rings. Somehow the feeling of them makes my chest swell a little. I know this isn't part of the ruse anymore. No one is watching. But it feels nice, and I decide not to overthink it. I have one more surprise for you, I tell Jada, turning to her with a grin as we approach the water's edge. The warm sun warms my skin, and as she turns to look at me, I see the ocean reflected in Jada's dark brown eyes. Oh my God, another one? She asks, a giggle playing on the edge of her words. I can't guarantee it's the last, I tease and point out to the water. I thought you might like a catamaran cruise at sunset, so I booked one for today. When I look back at Jada, she's not staring out at the ocean, but at me, and in an instant, she's throwing her arms around me, pressing her body into mine with unbridled excitement. Oh my God, Carter, thank you, she cries, pulling back to look at me. I can see how happy she is, and it makes me grin from ear to ear. I never knew making someone else this happy would bring me so much joy of my own. Well, we'd better get going, I tell her, glancing at my watch. Jada nods excitedly, and we make our way to the pier just in time to be welcomed aboard the catamaran. It's a private cruise, and while the captain is busy steering the boat, Jada and I stand together, gazing out at the beautiful vast ocean. The sky begins to turn pink, then orange, then a deep purple, and as the light turns the water into a sea of color, I can't help but put my arms around Jada's waist and snuggle up behind her. I feel her lean into me, and my whole body is flooded with the most indescribable joy. Sharing this moment with her feels perfect, and over her shoulder I can see her gazing blissfully at the horizon, her beautiful dark skin glowing golden in the light of the setting sun. "This is so beautiful," she mutters, her eyes never leaving the water. I can't help but gaze down at her, though, and I wrap my arms closer around her, feeling full with how happy I've been able to make her with something so simple. "Gorgeous," I say, but whether she knows it or not, I'm not talking about the sunset.
Chapter 22. Jada. We enjoy our dinner on the boat, watching the sunset along the waterline, which reminds me of the first time we went swimming together. The sunset we watched back then was beautiful, but this one is breathtaking. We pour ourselves some champagne and toast to a wonderful time together at the resort. I'm still shocked by everything he's surprised me with on our honeymoon. Not only has everything been beyond what I ever imagined I'd have for my honeymoon, but everything has just been fun to do with Carter. Earlier, when he held me in his arms as we watched the sky, I felt my stomach churning again. I'm starting to wonder if maybe I might actually be enjoying Carter's company more than a normal friend might. I don't say anything to him, though, instead opting to enjoy the rest of our ride on the catamaran. We dock after the sun has set completely, night now engulfing our surroundings. Carter helps me get out of the boat onto the dock, holding out his hand for me to take. I don't know if he notices that I don't let go of his hand as we begin to head back to the room. I don't make it obvious, and I don't dislike it at all. I had such an incredible, romantic, and fun day. I'm smiling without realizing it, but God, I am exhausted. I look forward to collapsing into the bed and immediately passing out. We walk in silence back to the room, and once the door is closed, I turn to Carter. "You should share the bed with me," I insist. At his confusion, I continue. "Look, it's not that big of a deal, okay? There's plenty of room, and if you're going to keep up with me and my hip young energy, you're going to need to sleep in the bed. Besides, we're adults, so it's fine." Carter thinks on it, his thumb and forefinger holding his chin, the forefinger rubbing against his skin. He hums out. I laugh, pushing him lightly. "Carter!" Okay. I was kidding. That's fine. I smile. "Wonderful. I'm going to use the bathroom to get ready for bed." I head into the bathroom and do as I say. I jump into the shower to rinse the day off. I feel the entire day wash away, but I smile as I clean up, thinking of the spa, the yoga, and the surprise of the catamaran. Carter's thoughtfulness from today has made me feel special, and the thought we're going to sleep in the same bed tonight suddenly has me nervous. I said it was no big deal, but maybe I was lying to myself. When I get out of the shower, I finish up my bathroom time and make my way out of the room. Carter already lying down. "Bathroom's open if you need it," I tell him, pointing over my shoulder. "Yeah, just a few minutes." He jumps up and runs into the bathroom, and I stretch out on the bed, so comfortable on this soft mattress and sheets. I can't believe all this time working here, and I really had no idea how wonderful these rooms are. Carter comes back out after only 5 minutes, and he quite literally jumps into the bed, making me break into laughter. "You're right. "This is comfortable," Carter announces, moving around so much that I can't keep my body still. "Stop it!" I'm still cackling, unable to stop. I might have started off with the jokes, but Carter has learned a thing or two from me. The student becomes the master. "Can you imagine if your bed was this soft?" he asks after he calms down. "No," I say honestly. "I can't imagine. It's heavenly, just like today was." Carter turns on his side and I match him, the two of us making eye contact. "Yeah?" he asks, eyes sparkling. I nod. "I really enjoyed everything you did. The surprises and the thoughtfulness you showed just really meant a lot to me. Thank you, Carter." Before I realize what I'm doing, I lean over and kiss him. I don't know what I'm thinking, but I feel my eyes widen and I flip over to face the wall. Oh, God. My brain is screaming at me, and I'm so embarrassed for doing that I don't move or make a sound. I mean, we're not actually together. We're not married. Kissing each other in front of other people is one thing, but this isn't something we do. Giving a goodnight kiss to your fake husband is going to raise a few questions, and I feel my heart thrashing in my chest. I didn't mean to do it. My brain just made it seem natural. God, all this time together must be too confusing for my brain to handle. I don't hear Carter do anything, but it's only a few minutes before I hear easy, quiet snoring from beside me. I turn slowly, and I see Carter on his back, dead asleep. He really must be wiped out. I turn onto my back as well, staring up at the ceiling, realizing I'm alone with my thoughts. Carter's a good guy, and I like him. I think I like him more than I realized. It explains why the little things he does makes my stomach clench, or why I enjoy laughing and joking with him, not to mention how kind he always is to me. I look down at my engagement ring. He bought me this, and he said that I deserved it. Does that mean anything? Or just that he's grateful to me for helping him? I don't know. It's a perfect ring, and I didn't think too hard about it before. But now that I've kissed him, okay, I need to calm down. He didn't say anything when I kissed him. No complaints, no arguments, nothing. He literally fell asleep, so there are no problems here then. I look over at Carter again, still snoring very lightly. I have to go with this, just for the week at least. I mean, he didn't seem to care, so why should I? At this point, I don't know where the line between us is, and I don't care. If he's not going to care about me giving him a kiss, then I won't obsess over it the way I want to. We're having fun. We're enjoying one another's company, and we have genuinely become friends. I'm having a great time, and it was only the first day. I know he's enjoying his time too. So, whatever. He pulled me into his arms on the boat. He's been showing affection to me the whole time. And you know what? It's been nice. I like the feeling of someone actually showing me how he feels. I'm not going to stop now. Carter rolls onto his side, and I notice that he is now facing me. I turn my head to look at my fake husband. If he's not going to worry about how we act this week, then I'm not either. We agreed that we were able to do this. I'm not about to let things change just because I accidentally kissed him. We're fake married. A goodnight kiss makes sense. I close my eyes to try and sleep, and a memory comes back to me. We promised we'd remain friends. He listened to all of my fears and worries, and the fact that he was okay making that promise should show me that things are fine, that they'll be all right. As long as we both keep our feelings in check, as long as I keep my heart safe, then we'll be okay. Or at least, I'll try to be okay.
Chapter 23. Carter. I wake up because there's something moving next to me, and it takes me a second to realize it's Jada. I realize it's actually been a long time since I've shared a bed with someone, even longer since it was someone I really cared about. The thought of it sends a warm and comforting sensation spreading through my chest. It feels good. So good that I almost don't want to get out of bed, wishing we could spend the morning cuddling, maybe even kissing like we did last night. That thought is something I immediately shake off, though. I don't know what last night's kiss was about, but I'm not about to complicate things by asking about it. Better to just take it in stride, I tell myself. Instead of overthinking it, I stretch awake, the crick in my neck decidedly absent this morning after having spent the night in a real bed. "Good morning, sleepyhead," comes Jada's voice as I peer over the covers at her. She's already sitting up, a huge smile all over her face, but it's clear she only woke up a few moments before I did. I grin at her. "What do you mean, sleepyhead?" I retort playfully. "You were asleep too." "That's true," she says. "But I'm so excited for the day that I feel like I've been up for ages. Like a kid on Christmas, only better rested." I chuckle a little at that, dragging myself out of the warmth of the covers and stretching a little more. "Well, what is it you're so excited about?" I ask, enjoying how cute she looks in her pajamas with her braids loose around her. "Have you already made a plan for the day that I should be filled in on?" "I thought we could go on a trail ride," she tells me, grinning eagerly. The kid on Christmas analogy is pretty accurate, I decide. "What do you think?" I smile at her, wandering over to the table and picking up the activity schedule to take a look. "I think we should do whatever you want, and if you want horses, you've got horses," I say, "but we'll have to book it in advance." "Then let's book it," she tells me, her grin never faltering for a second. We end up booking the horse riding for 11, which gives us a couple of hours to kill. Once we're dressed, we head down to one of the resort restaurants for breakfast. Jada orders pancakes and orange juice while I go for a classic bacon and eggs with coffee. Somehow we end up sharing both of the meals, though, stealing little bites from each other's plates with an easy sense of familiarity. We talk and laugh as we eat, and for the 100th time since she said yes, I thank my lucky stars that I ended up marrying Jada and not some random woman my mom set me up with. Hanging out with her almost makes me see why people go for marriage in the first place. "Hey, how about a quick swim before the trail ride?" Jada asks once we've finished our breakfast and are lazing in the sun. "I can't think of anything better," I reply, and we head quickly back to the room to change. When we make it back to the outdoor pool, though, we teeter on the edge for a second. The water looks cold, and even though the sun is warm, we're both still a little reticent about jumping in. "Let's do it together on 3, I say, taking Jada by the hand. I feel my heart skip a beat for a second as she squeezes back, but I don't want to dwell on it too much. 1, I say, grinning at her. 2, wait, she cries, just as I'm about to say 3 and jump in. There's a jacuzzi! She points frantically to a little cabana at the end of the pool deck, semi-obscured by potted palm trees, and before I know it, she's pulling me by the hand to the jacuzzi, a giant grin plastered on her face. I have to laugh along with Jada as she steps into the tub, still holding my hand. I follow suit, and the warm water feels good on my skin. We spend a while lazing together there, and I find it hard to take my eyes off her. She looks so happy, lying back and letting the warm water bubble over her dark brown skin, her head resting against the side of the jacuzzi, with her braids tied up tightly in a bun. The relaxation doesn't last too long, though. "I think we'd better get going," I tell her, though I hate to drag her out of what looks like pure contentment. "Yes!" she cries with sudden enthusiasm. "The horses await." I grin at her, still totally taken by how adorable she is, and we make our way back up to the room to change into some more appropriate clothing. "Have you ever been horse riding?" I ask once we're downstairs and making the long trek over to the stables. "Nope," she tells me, flashing me a smile. That's why I'm so excited for this. Something about the way she says it makes my heart feel full. Once again, I'm just so glad that I can do something that brings her joy. She wears a broad smile all the way to the stables, and even though it's a bit of a hike to get there, I don't mind at all. It's more than worth it to see her so happy. When we get there, we're each given a horse. Mine is a black mare, while hers is a lovely chestnut that almost matches her skin. It's clear she's immediately in love, and even though I should be listening to the instructor, I'm keeping one eye on Jada instead. She's waiting for someone to help her up onto the saddle, and while she waits, she mutters little comments to the steed. "Oh, you're so lovely," I hear her say, leaning against the horse's neck. "We're going to have a nice little ride through the country, aren't we?" I have to stifle a smile so my instructor doesn't think I'm a lunatic and kick me off the trail ride, but her one-way conversation with the horse is exceedingly cute. It's a side to her I haven't completely seen before, and I love that she's still surprising me with little things like that. It shows me how much more of her there is to discover. "All right, so you got all that?" the instructor asks me, pulling my attention away from Jada. "Yep, sounds good," I tell him, even though I was only half listening. Luckily, I have enough experience with horses that I can fake my way through the parts I didn't hear, and soon we're setting off along a track that winds through the small woods lying behind the resort. "Oh my God, this is amazing!" squeals Jada as her horse trundles slowly alongside mine. Both our horses already know what to do without any input from us, of course, but it seems like Jada paid perfect attention to her instructor because she's holding the reins with just the right amount of tension. It's clear she's completely ecstatic, and I already want to live this moment over and over again. "Having fun, I take it?" I ask with a knowing smile as I look over at her. "This might be the best thing I've ever done," she tells me. "Apart from marrying you, of course," she adds with a wink and a wry smile. As usual, I can't tell if this is just her sense of humor or if there's some truth to her words, but I decide it doesn't matter. All I want is to enjoy this moment with her, and I do.
Chapter 24. Jada. The sweet aroma of animals takes on a new personality in our suite. It's a rancid mix of our sweat, the sun-baked room, and horses. I turn around, face Carter when he shuts the door behind us, and scrunch my nose. He looks at me without missing a beat and says, "Well, you smell pretty bad yourself." My hand flies up to cover the burst of giggles I let out. "I didn't mean it like that, I promise." "Your face said otherwise," he says good-naturedly. Dibs on the bathroom. His innocent announcement strikes my heart with a mild lightning bolt. Should fake marry people, who kiss goodnight and hold hands when they take walks, see each other going in and out of the shower? The lines are blurry. I can't imagine stripping out of my dirty clothes while I wait for the shower, even if I wear a towel after, any more than I can imagine wearing them another second. I flash him my best sad puppy face in response. "Okay, fine," he concedes. "I'll clean up after you." Preparing for my shower takes longer than usual. I grab everything I might need and then some. Don't want to have to saunter back half naked, looking for any forgotten necessities. 20 minutes later, I come out clean and fully dressed. When he goes in, I sit atop the bed and reminisce about our day. I'm happy that the modesty lines are now drawn in regards to the shower. Just as I muse on this, Carter strolls out of the bathroom. He seems to have missed my oh-so-deliberate decency memo. My eyes dart away from his shirtless, water-droplet-speckled, chiseled calendar model body. Oh boy. I search the room for somewhere to look. Something to do. My eyes land on the remote, and I grab it and flip through channels at the speed of sound, almost as if I have a world record to defend. Should we go back to Tio's? He sits at the foot of the bed, now clothed. I've been dreaming of those frozen margaritas. My eyes stay glued to the TV screen. He's barely in my line of vision, but I wish I couldn't see him at all. Earth to Jada. He taps the bed with one hand. "Mexican sounds great," I say through my cardboard mouth. "Whenever you're ready." Tio's is just as lively as ever. Its warm wood accents feel even cozier as we tuck into our deconstructed taco platters. When I can't swallow any more food, I pick up my phone from the table. Let's see what's on the resort app today, I say. Carter looks defeated by his own platter and pushes it to the side. He grabs his own phone and starts to scroll. Are you up for a beginner's dance class? There's one in an hour, ballroom. His smile is vague when he looks at me. Sure, let's try that, but only if we're both beginners and no one has the upper hand. I'm pretty sure I don't have any dance awards stashed away in a closet. Great. I'm done here. Want to wait out the hour by the fireplace lounge? Yes, please. My stomach is crying for me to recline before it pops. He chuckles. Mine too. I grab one more tortilla chip and stand up. Carter raises an eyebrow at me as he stands too. What? I say with a shrug. It's for the road. At first, we sit in front of the fire in relative silence. Our backs are up against separate ends of a plush sofa. I pull a square ottoman with my feet and prop them up on it. Hey, where is his? His what? I say. Hers, he says, and he points a forefinger at the ottoman. Now you need to find one for the groom. My abdomen clenches when I let out a soft laugh. I turn my head to look at him. The gigantic fireplace bathes his face in a warm glow and occasional shadows. He smiles at me then, a smile warmer than the heat from the nearby flame, a smile which replaces the tight feeling of overindulgence in my tummy with jumping popcorn. Emboldened, I push the ottoman a bit towards him. His legs are long enough that I don't need to move it too much for him to reach. The groom could get up and find his own. Or we could share. His eyes drop down just long enough for him to bring his feet up to rest with mine. Then they are back on my face. Now, why didn't you put this part into your vows? Which part? I ask with a gulp. Where you promised to always share footrests with me. My lips spread, and a light wisp of air escapes from my nose. Carter yawns, then adjusts his legs so that one knee is now touching mine. Almost immediately, a stink bug lands on his pants where his legs meet mine. I flick it off, but my hand remains on him, kind of resting, kind of squeezing. My eyes follow his, down to where my hand is. Then he meets mine again. So what's your verdict on the day? He asks. It was great. I smile. As I say it, I realize just how much I mean it. What was your favorite part? I have to think about that one. By the time I've rambled through my answer, Carter has moved all the way up to my end of the sofa. I like how our limbs and hands keep touching. The alarm I set to remind us of dance class blares. His face falls and I feel just as disappointed as the look he gives me. I don't want to leave this comfy spot. He gets up and offers me a hand. I take it, pull on it to rise, and we set off for our class without letting go. Our hands are still linked when the ballroom class is called to attention. The instructor's exuberant voice directs us to practice a box pattern individually. The men step forward, and the women have to step back. Carter and I are the first to ace the box pattern, and the instructor is pleased. He abandons the stragglers briefly to give us more instruction. Wonderful, fabulous posture, you two. Now face each other. We do. Now let him raise his left hand and you, darling, meet it with your right. Our hands find each other again. Now let him put his right hand against your shoulder blade, my dear. This way he can lead and steer the dance. And you must allow him. Carter's big palm spreads over my shoulder blade. I lean back into him and wish I didn't have on such a thick sweatshirt. I'll need you both to rip your eyes away from each other. Look over her right shoulder and she'll do the same to yours. Perfect, and remember the posture. I try to elongate my neck and keep a straight spine. When I feel his fingers rub small circles into my back, it's jelly again. My head whips towards his. I wonder if I missed something the instructor said. I'm quickly corrected. No, this will distract her, and now she is drowning in your eyes again. Keep your hand firm on her blade and eyes where I told you. Now dance. Carter begins to glide us across the floor as the instructor counts us on. His hands are firm, and I let myself melt into the dance. When the instructor turns back to the other partners, he drops his hand down to my waist. That's not my shoulder blade. My gaze is still trained over his right shoulder. I know, but the small of your back feels better. I glance at him, and when our eyes meet, we pause for a second. My heart bounces around in that short space. I squeeze his hand and nod. The instructor is back in our vicinity. Look at this synchronicity. I didn't even tell you to start waltzing in circles, but look at you. Your feet were made to dance together. I see why you married her. I bite my tongue. At the end of the class, we promise we'll be back and head out into the night air.
Chapter 25. Carter. Jada takes my hand again as we walk out of the dance class, and by now it almost feels normal to share this kind of affection. We did just spend an hour and a half touching, holding, and caressing each other at the behest of the dance instructor, so I guess it's only natural that the physical barriers between us are being erased. Not to mention the afternoon by the fireplace. "So what do you want to do now?" asks Jada, smiling up at me. I glance at my watch. Well, despite all the dancing, I'm definitely still not hungry. How about you? She widens her eyes comically and shakes her head. I feel like all we've done since we got here is eat. I chuckle a little. How about drinking? Are you sick of that too? She flashes me a mischievous grin. Not quite yet. Besides, I'd like to see the resort's famous bars. I've heard the bartenders are quite talented, she jokes. I've heard the best one is on vacation, sadly, I quip back, and we laugh together as we make our way to Pisco. When we get there, we're both thrilled to see Heidi working behind the speakeasy bar. "Heidi!" we both cry, greeting her warmly. "Well, if it isn't the happy couple," she says with a knowing smile. "Enjoying your honeymoon?" "Oh, so much," Jada says immediately, and all I can do is smile. "We've been having the best time. Carter's pulling out all the stops." I bow in mock modesty and Heidi laughs. "So what is it tonight then? Lobster at La Plage? Steak at Julio's? Sushi at Kabuki?" she asks. I stop her before she lists the rest of the restaurants in the resort. "Actually, we're not that hungry," I tell her, before turning to look at Jada. "But do you want to just get a snack with something to drink?" "You know I could go for some nachos," she tells me, and I smile. "Perfect, nachos it is." Heidi raises an eyebrow and puts in the order with the cook before turning back to us. "And for drinks?" she asks. "Just a beer," Jada and I both answer at the same time. We stare at each other for a second before bursting out laughing. I think that dance instructor was right. We are reading each other's minds, I tell Jada, and she nods emphatically. "I swear you're the only other person I know who would order beer and nachos at a fancy place like this. I love that you get it," she replies with a giant grin. Heidi grabs us our drinks, but I can tell there's something on her mind. She says nothing, though, and instead lets us regale her in between customers with stories about our adventures so far. "Oh my God," Jada begins, and a blissful look ashes over her eyes. "The massage therapists here are so good. You and your husband should definitely go there sometime." "I second the motion," I add, nodding. "They'll fix anything. I had a crick in my neck from—" I suddenly realize what I'm saying at the same time Jada does. "Hey," she says, playfully swatting my shoulder. "You said the couch was comfortable." "I mean, I couldn't have you feeling guilty about taking the bed by yourself that first night," I reply, hoping I haven't accidentally made her feel guilty now. "Well, I'm glad you came around on that one," she tells me, and out of the corner of my eye I see Heidi give us a look. "The couple's yoga also helped, so I have you to thank for that," I say, smiling. "Well, you're welcome. And I have you to thank for the sunset catamaran cruise, so I guess we're even," she replies with a smirk. "Cheers to that," I say, raising my glass, and Jada does the same. "Okay, so massages, couples yoga, and sunset catamaran cruises, huh?" chimes in Heidi. "That's a lot. Oh, that was just the first day, Jada says. We also went horseback riding. Jada is the cutest horse rider, I chime in, and I can't help but smile thinking of Jada's excitement that day. She wouldn't stop talking to her horse. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen anyone more excited about a trail ride either. I'm not looking at Heidi when I say this, though. I'm looking at Jada with a grin. First of all, his name is Charlie, she tells me in mock defense. And second of all, he was a wonderful conversationalist. Oh, well then, I reply. That changes everything. I didn't get the chance to have a chat with him. You missed out, she jokes. He had some very interesting things to say about the economy, though he seemed a bit depressed about it. I guess that's why he had such a long face. We both break into peals of laughter, and it takes us a good long while to recover. I love how easily we laugh together, and soon we're chuckling over the dance lessons, too. The guy just kept telling us we were so connected, Jada says, shaking her head. He was super into watching us dance, even though we were probably terrible. No way, we were amazing, I insist. He was just watching art unfold. At this, we laugh again. Sounds like a pretty intense couple of days, Heidi muses after we've regaled her. Yup, intense and incredible, Jada replies without missing a beat. Heidi still has a weird look in her eyes, and when Jada excuses herself to go to the bathroom, she glances after her for a second before turning to me. Hey, I don't mean to meddle or anything, but please be careful, she tells me seriously. Careful? About what? I ask, genuinely confused. I've seen my fair share of fake marriages in this place, believe me. They happen more often than you'd think, she tells me. But I've also seen a lot of those fake marriages leading to real feelings. If that's what's happening here, I just want to warn you. Sometimes people get hurt. She arches an eyebrow at me, but I brush it off. Don't worry, that's not what's happening, I tell her, almost scoffing at the suggestion. I mean, we're having fun, but we're just friends. Just really good friends who are helping each other out and having a good time in the process. I can hear how the words sound. Even to me, it's not exactly convincing. If you say so, Heidi tells me, raising both her eyebrows this time. She says nothing more, though. Instead, she leaves me to stew in my own thoughts while she goes to serve another customer. The more I sit there staring at the beer and nachos on the counter, the more I wonder if there's some truth to her words. Have I just been fooling myself this whole time? Is there something happening with Jada that I've been ignoring? I start to play through the last 2 months with her, and especially the last few days, and I see there are definitely things I've been intentionally avoiding thinking too hard about. The thrill I get when I hold her hand, the kiss she gave me unprompted in bed, the endless laughter and unexpected connection. Am I in love with Jada? I suddenly wonder, and the thought isn't an unpleasant one. I roll the question around in my mind like I would take a sip of whiskey over my tongue, letting my mind savor its complexity. There's definitely some depth there, some unexpected overtones and rich undertones. I can imagine drinking a little more of that notion. A moment later, I see Jada weaving through the crowd toward me, and without even thinking, I break out into a huge smile. I can't help it. Jada just does that to me. Doesn't exactly help refute Heidi's concern, though.
Chapter 26. Jada. We're heading back to the room together. Another unbelievable day at the resort. I'm glad today has been so busy, and I didn't obsess over last night at all. I couldn't help but enjoy the time we spent together. Plus, we got to see Heidi. I did notice, however, that when I came back from the bathroom, Carter seemed a little different. I didn't want to push him, but I'm starting to worry that something might actually be wrong. I'm about to question him as we enter our room and close the door, but Carter speaks first once I've sat down. So, Heidi may have said something kind of silly while you were gone. I didn't expect him to come right out with it. I should have known better. Carter's always been very honest with me. It's one of the perks of our friendship. Yeah, I ask, curious as to where this is going. I cross my legs. She said, and I think she's totally blind and doesn't understand our friendship. and the way we get along. That, we spend so much time together. It seems like he clears his throat. She's worried we might be developing real feelings for one another. My heart slams into my rib cage. I look up into Carter's eyes, not exactly sure what he's thinking. His sister thinks we actually like one another. I feel like a child, caught with my hand in the cookie jar, but somehow worse. Like she sees right through me, even if I haven't quite accepted it myself. Well, I'm not ready to tell him. I'm not ready to admit that I might actually have some feelings there for him, because I don't want him to have to deal with my feelings which he doesn't share. I don't want to be the one ruining this. I decide to play the field. If I downplay it, turn it back on him, maybe I can figure this out. What do you think? Do you think she's right? I mean, she's your sister. She knows you best. Quickly, Carter takes another step towards me. Jada, come on. Carter's voice comes out gravely, and I'm caught off guard by this. You are a beautiful, vivacious woman. I mean, I don't know where this could lead, whether we tried or not. I feel myself warm, and sweat begins to accumulate under my arms at his words. What is he saying? Is he telling me he wants something from this? Is he implying that there are feelings he's been hiding from me? Oh, yeah? And what would trying look like? I mean, if this were to go somewhere? I wonder if he can hear the strain in my voice, the way he is making my body feel, and how much I want to know what he's feeling. Carter smiles at me, and he takes another step closer, standing right in front of me, still cross-legged on the bed. I mean, I'd want to learn what you like. He puts his hand under my chin, keeping me from looking away. And I'd want to make sure that you were comfortable. I lick my lips, my heart still pounding away in my chest as he lifts me up from the bed with my chin. I can't believe this is happening. I can feel myself trying not to shiver, which is strange because I'm also sweating. And what about you? I managed to get out. He lifts his eyebrow. What about me? I clear my throat, trying to keep myself grounded. What if I want to make sure you're taken care of? I mean, you always take care of me in this fake relationship. Maybe someone should make sure you are happy. He leans down, our noses almost touching. I have you as my wife, he whispers to me, and my eyes drop to his lips. I promise you, Jada, I'm happy. And then he kisses me. Our lips press together hard, and I lose all sense of self. I bring my arms around his neck, and he picks me up, allowing me to wrap my legs around his stomach. I breathe out as a visceral reaction to our bodies intertwined, and he threads his tongue into my mouth, exploring my mouth as I hum out in approval. Oh my God, he is very good at that. He lets his hands wander down my back, and his fingers find their way into my panties, which gives me the wherewithal to realize that they are soaked. I didn't realize he'd made me drenched in the few minutes since we'd returned to the room. He squeezes my ass with both hands, and it fits perfectly within his palms. Perfect, he murmurs into my mouth. He stops kissing me and lifts me with his arms onto the bed, laying me down before I have a chance to wonder what's next. He climbs over me fast, and I grab his shirt. I need this off, now. It comes out like a growl, but I don't care. I need him. You know you want to see how it ends, but the ending of this chapter is too hot for YouTube. Head to worldsoftyla.com with the discount code YouTube40 for 40% off the unabridged audiobook. You'll love it.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. When I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy.
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
And you might got the money.
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
But that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaire's audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you?
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 27. Carter. When I look at myself in the mirror the morning after, I barely recognize myself. My hair is a mess, as expected, but I look happier. I know that being with Jada has been a positive change with the stress of my mother's illness, but I didn't think it would have a physical effect on me. The thought that she's affected me this much is exhilarating. There better be a good reason why I'm awake at... Jada calls out, and I hear her shuffle around on the bed, presumably looking for her phone. 7 in the morning. I walk back into the bedroom and find Jada sitting cross-legged in the middle of the bed, surrounded by all the blankets and pillows in the world. She turns to face me, a cute and unserious pout on her face, and it's at that moment where I feel my chest cave in on itself. I grab onto the side table to keep myself from doubling over from the intensity of it. "You good?" I hear her ask. I don't think I was that good in bed that I'd actually end up giving you a heart attack from it, especially not this delayed. Her grin is so infectious that I feel myself smiling back. No, it really was the shock of seeing you awake this early that nearly killed me. I dodge the pillow Jada sends my way with a laugh, even though the next one hits me square in the chest and falls to the floor. She shrieks when I dive onto the bed for revenge and tries to escape. Every peal of laughter makes me smile wider. "You started this," I say when I finally caught her in a bunch of blankets. This is a trick I learned from Heidi. I can still feel her giggling underneath the mass of fluff I've buried her under. "I want you to remember that when I leave you here to suffocate under 10 tons of cotton." "You'd never," she responds. Her voice is muffled from underneath the fabric. "You don't have the guts. You want to bet? I'm gonna go have breakfast without you then." I hear her whine and struggle against her blanket prison as I get up from the bed to finish getting ready. "If you leave me here, then you'll be cursed for 1,000 years. You hear me, Carter? 1,000 years of curses." "Oh no, whatever shall I do?" I walk to the bathroom and squeeze toothpaste onto my toothbrush. I'm sure 1,000 years of curses will be worth the delicious food I get this morning. Jada struggles against her blanket prison the entire time I brush my teeth. It takes everything in me not to laugh and inhale the minty foam, especially when I hear her groan. No matter how much she struggles, she can't escape. Her face is the only thing visible when I rinse my mouth out and sit back on the bed. "You need help? I'd sooner die than accept help from a traitor like you." "Is that a no?" Jada gives it one last struggle, but fails to escape. I cover my mouth with my hand to stop the laughter, and a beat of silence passes. "Get me out of here," Jada says, giving up. I give her a kiss through the blanket on top of her head and work on freeing my wife from the depths of blanket hell. We get ready for the day together in a comfortable silence once a truce is established. The thought that this could be how it is for the rest of our lives affects me more than it should, and when Jada makes me sit on the floor while she brushes my hair for me, fingernails gently scraping my scalp, I finally admit to myself that I want this. "Come on," she says, waiting at the door with her hands on her hips as I grab my wallet. "If we're going to be up this early, I want the best breakfast in the world." "I hear you. I hear you." I open the door for her, and she waits beside me. I notice her bouncing on the balls of her feet and shoot her a suspicious look as I shut the door to our room. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Jada stabs her fingers into my side, and I grunt. She turns on her heels and runs as I take a second to recover. "First one there gets to pick the food," she calls back with a laugh. By the time we get to the entrance of the bakery we had agreed on getting breakfast at, we're both breathing heavily. Neither of us wanted to cheat by using the elevators, so we ran down the stairs. Still, Jada skips her way to the door, celebrating her very close victory. We eat with matching grins as we make plans for the rest of our stay at the resort. Jada seems insistent on going to each of the pools in one day. It's like a checklist we have to finish, she says. Resort-mandated checklist. We're going to be prunes by the end of the day. That's half the fun. I look at her and watch her as she tears a piece of her croissant off and pops it into her mouth. Her shoulders shimmy a little as she celebrates all the pastries she ordered for our breakfast. I can't say no to her. I realize it's physically impossible. Fine, I say, reeling from my realization. But we're doing the lazy river first. Deal. When we enter the lazy river an hour afterwards, we hold hands to stop ourselves from being separated. We're like otters, Jada says. They hold on to each other while they float in the ocean to stay together. You and your ocean critters, I say, remembering our first dinner at her parents'. I follow her plans the following days as well. Jada's smiles are enough motivation to convince me to do whatever she would like. I can't stop myself from holding her whenever I can, and she always finds herself standing close to me on the rare occasions I haven't pulled her in anyway. Even when she thoroughly beats me in bocce the next day and dances around me to celebrate her victory, I can't help but pick her up and spin her around. We can barely kiss with our smiles getting in the way. I'm going to miss this, she says as we're walking around on the final day. It's been nice. Just nice? Jada rolls her eyes and squeezes my hand. It's been amazing. We're walking together in a comfortable but somber silence past a few gift shops when I spot something out of the corner of my eye, and I pull to a stop. What's wrong? Jada asks, raising an eyebrow. Nothing, I say. Wait here. I race into the shop and grab the little keychain from the display, dropping a 20 at the register and thanking the worker profusely before I walk out. Jada watches me exit the shop with a confused smile. What was so pressing you had to leave me out here? A surprise, I say, and hold my hand out. Give me your hand. Jada places her hand over mine, palm up, and I place the metal keychain in her palm. Something for you to remember your very nice and amazing time. Jada pulls her hand from mine and looks at the metal keychain, and her face bursts into a grin. She rubs a thumb over the image of two otters holding hands with a heart above them. As if I could forget that easily, she jokingly says, but the sure grip she has on the keychain tells me all I need to know.
Chapter 28. Jada. I packed the last of my things into boxes as Carter seals them up with packing tape. It's weird to see my place totally empty, and even weirder when I think of why. At the same time, though, moving in with Carter excites me. Ready? He asks, and I feel my heart skip a beat as he looks over at me with a smile. I always knew I'd be moving in with him. We are supposed to be a married couple after all, but after our honeymoon, more specifically, our honeymoon sex, I have to admit things are starting to get a little bit murky. Yep, I reply, grabbing a box and trying my best not to belie how nervous I'm suddenly feeling. I didn't feel this way before, but before this was just a friendly arrangement meant to benefit both of us. Two friends getting married to avoid social pressures. It was all very straightforward. But now I don't really know what this is. I stay quiet, wrapped in my own thoughts, as we carry boxes downstairs and into the moving van Carter has hired. Luckily, amidst the shifting of boxes, Carter doesn't notice how distracted I am. It gives me a little time to think. Was the sex just a vacation fling? I wonder, stealing a glance at Carter. He's in the midst of peeling off his sweatshirt, and I have to try incredibly hard not to stare at his muscles rippling under his white tee. But then I find myself wondering why I'm trying not to stare. I am attracted to him after all, and the lines between friendship and relationship have become well and truly blurred. He's clearly attracted to me too, judging by how hot the sex was. And since then, he's been acting almost like this is a real relationship. So, are we a couple now? I wonder, tearing my eyes away from Carter and heading back inside for more boxes. Will we keep sleeping together now that I'm moving in? We haven't talked about any of this stuff, which means, right now, we're still operating under the same agreement we made when we met, that neither of us wants this to be anything more than a get-out-of-jail-free card. But it seems pretty clear there's something else happening that's outside the bounds of that arrangement. I just don't really know what to name it. Is this a relationship? Are we dating? Is there more? Are we defaulting back to friends now that the honeymoon is over? These questions follow me all the way back to Carter's place and only amplify as he talks me through the move. So like I said, you're welcome to share my bedroom or take the guest bedroom, whichever you prefer, he tells me as we start unloading boxes at his house. And don't worry about having to keep anything in storage if you don't want to. I have plenty of room for both our stuff. I want you to treat this like you treat your own house, okay? He flashes me a warm smile, and I feel my heart rate quicken a little. I can't deny that I really like him. Like, a lot. But now that we've stepped out of the resort bubble and back into the real world, I have no idea how things are going to play out. Thanks, and thanks for helping me move, I say in answer to his words as we cart the boxes inside. I don't exactly know what to do when it comes to the bedroom options, though. I don't even know what it means that he offered me both his room and the guest room. What I do know is that I have no claim to him, and the thought that this could all end badly is starting to creep into my mind. What if he gets bored in a week? I suddenly think as I stack a moving box on top of a pile of others. We'd have to keep living together with that tension between us. Or even worse, what if this all blows up? And we have to keep pretending to be together for Honey's sake, or if we break up and break his mom's heart. Anything for my new wife? Carter says, breaking my train of thought. It pulls me out of the spiral I was just going down, and even though there's still no certainty in this, his smile eases my ragged mind a little bit. We end up depositing my boxes into the guest bedroom, but there's so much stuff we have to pile a lot of it onto the bed. Again, I don't quite know what to do with that. You don't have to unpack today if you don't want to, he tells me. But in case you do, there's plenty of closet space in here, or in the master bedroom, and the bookshelves in the living room can be rearranged to fit your books in. I'm also happy to help with unpacking if you like. Just say the word. I smile, grateful to know that the kindness he showed at the resort is still here in the real world, even if I still don't know how to read it. I think maybe I'll sit down for a bit first, I tell him. I need to take a break from all this moving business, especially since I still don't know if I should be hanging my clothes in his closet or the guest room. The more time I can buy myself on that question, the better, I figure. For sure, he replies, smiling back at me. Do you want tea or something? That actually sounds amazing, I answer, letting out a deep sigh. 2 teas? Coming right up? He smiles and disappears into the kitchen. A second later, though, his voice calls out. And really, make yourself at home. This is your place too now. I can't help but smile at that, and I let myself sink into the couch, slipping off my shoes. He comes back a few minutes later with a cup of tea for each of us, and I can feel myself start to relax. Hey, how about ordering in for dinner? He asks. What's your favorite food? I grin. I could go for a pizza. No pineapple. I wouldn't allow it anyway. He jokes, and we set about ordering the pizza for dinner. As we wait for it to arrive, I feel myself slipping into a daydream. Carter has been so sweet inviting me into his home, helping me move, offering his bed, and even just the little things like making me a tea and asking what I want to eat. All these things make me think that maybe this is more than just an arrangement. Maybe this is becoming the real thing. But the moment the thought arises, I push it away. None of those things are really anything more than what he'd do for a friend, I'm sure. So are we friends with benefits then? The doorbell rings and Carter jumps up to get it, leaving me to stew over my feelings. It occurs to me that usually a relationship gets serious when someone proposes, except that Carter already did that. Or I guess I kinda did. It's no wonder this is all so complicated. "Your pizza, Mrs. Finch," comes Carter's voice behind me, and I see him grinning and carrying the pizza boxes. I also notice a bottle of wine in his other hand. "And that?" I ask, raising an eyebrow and smiling. "This is to celebrate your first night in your new home," he tells me, setting the boxes and the bottle down. He rushes off to the kitchen and comes back a second later with 2 wine glasses, and I can already see things are about to get a lot more complicated. Right now, though, I don't even mind.
Chapter 29. Carter. It feels nice to have Jada here. It's not just because we've been having a good time together, but it's also just nice because this house finally feels like a home. Having Jada take a room, walking through the house, her things intermingled with mine, that feels unlike any feeling I've had when it comes to this house. I've always loved it here, but Jada has turned it into a true home for the two of us. Once the day has come to an end and we're getting ourselves ready for bed, I try not to keep noticing Jada in the bathroom. She's washing her face from the day, and I'm lying here, feeling the tipsiness from the wine. I wish she would come out here and lie next to me. Every moment I have to think about Jada, and what she's become to me makes my heart continue to swell. I keep blinking, wondering if she's going to disappear and I'll be here alone, not actually married to this magnificent woman. I used to have these dreams that would have pulled me back to high school. They've lessened over the years. In them, I'd always wake up in the dream and rush to get to school, but always forget either my gym clothes or homework, a test, something. It was always terrifying, but once I woke up and realized I was years out of school, it'd make me laugh. Being with Jada kind of feels like that. I worry and worry, but in the end, she and I get each other. She isn't just another dream about realizing I forgot to do an entire presentation. She's not just my fake wife. She's also grown to be this light in my life. Fake marriage or not, I've begun to really thaw to the idea of Jada and I being real. I don't want to scare her off, though. I don't want to push too hard and end up with nothing, especially considering none of this was part of our initial deal. She's told me over and over how much she values her freedom, and here I am, getting in the way of that after all. I know she and I have, as friends, figured out how to make everything between us work, and that's important to me. I don't need to complicate that. Jada comes out of the bathroom and gets into bed next to me. I smile at her. She returns it, but it seems stiff. I move closer to my fake wife. "What's going on?" I ask her, glad to finally be able to talk to her again. "What do you mean?" Jada answers, but she doesn't look up at me. "Well, for one, you're not even looking at me." I gently take her chin in my hand, getting her to make eye contact with me. "Is something wrong, Jada? You can talk to me. You know that at this point, right?" She nods, though she doesn't pull out of my touch. "I know." She looks beautiful like this, and my body itches to touch her more. Our first time it was everything. I never felt such an incredible need go through me. The idea that Jada felt that good, and that the sex was that good, continues to blow me away. I want you to be able to trust me, okay? That's the most important part of this entire relationship, that you trust me. You can tell me anything you need to. I give her a smile, and she smiles back for real this time. I don't know how she's feeling now, but I can't help it. I go in slowly so as not to scare her, but I kiss her tenderly and with some force as soon as our lips collide. She returns the kiss, and my body immediately begins to shift, going from an innocent kiss to something much more involved. I give Jada every opportunity to back away, not wanting her to feel pressured, wanting her to do what she needs to stay comfortable. We're faster this time, our clothes coming off so fast I don't have any time to process it. I top her, grabbing her with my hands, unable to stop kissing her. She tastes like her toothpaste, the mint entering my mouth, my body, my brain. It's an aphrodisiac. This next segment is way too hot for YouTube. Check out tylawalker.com with the discount code YouTube40 and get 40% off the unabridged audiobook. What are you waiting for? Let's get back to the story. Look at you, I whisper, smiling down at my fake wife. Glowing, I swear. She's still breathing heavily, but I see the smile begin to form on her face at my words. I lay myself down next to her body, rubbing my thumb back and forth on her cheek, glad to have her here with me at this moment. Jada is every perfect thing I could have imagined for myself, for my happy ending. I don't know how else to describe her, but nothing could possibly be better than what the two of us have. And I won't waste time asking questions.
Chapter 30. Jada. Our first dinner at his mom's since the wedding starts with a trip to the farmer's market. We gather fresh ingredients for a homemade meal inspired by the resort. This time, we decide to cook at Honey's place. Carter wants to show off his burgeoning culinary skills. There are hugs and joy all around when she lets us in. I'm surprised by how genuinely happy I am to see her again, as if she were my real mother-in-law. She goes to finish off her episode of The Bachelor, and we let ourselves into the kitchen. We work in silence, me at the island, him at the stove, as occasional flirty smiles pass between us. He is about to pan-sear the honey-glazed salmon as I mash baby potatoes, when Honey walks back in. Look at you two. So domestic, she cries. It's like you've been together for years. Mom, we're just cooking together, he says. My concentration remains on turning the spuds into pulp. I'm not sure who to look at or what my reaction should be. That's my point. You look so cute doing it. I need a picture. She lifts her phone and aims it at us. Carter and I swap glances. I know my face mirrors the suppressed laugh that has his mouth in a little pout. Okay, first I want one with you guys doing your thing. Like you don't know I'm here. Let's make it candid. Carter picks up a fish fillet and holds it over the hot pan with exaggerated gusto. His face is mock serious. I mimic him and lift a grater and banana above the mash with even more gusto. Honey's eyes bulge at me, and her head tilts to the side. What has the poor banana done to deserve such a fate? More importantly, what have our poor palates done to deserve such an atrocious combination? He quips. My face remains stoic when I answer, deadpan. You wanted candid? Well, here's your candid. Carter belts out a hearty laugh which warms my throat. His mom's face breaks into a smile that warms my heart. I return it, just as bright, and then she takes the first picture. Now get closer to your wife, hun. No more monkey games. He is next to me in one stride. First, he tenderly lifts a rogue braid and tucks it back into my top knot. Next, he hangs a strong arm on my shoulders and squeezes me close. I look up into his kind, relaxed face and feel so safe. This has to be real, right? It feels like we're alone in the room. Intense heat spreads across my skin. He might as well fry the damn fish on me. I lift a tentative hand to touch his face, but land on his chest when I hear his mom speak. Is this all for show, or is my son really this romantic? A flash of panic passes over his face. It's gone the next time I blink. Tell me the truth, Jada. How was he during your honeymoon? She probes. My hand moves lazily, feeling the taut, hard flesh beneath his shirt. I tilt my head back and stare deep into his eyes. Snaps of our time at the resort flash through my mind, and I beam up at him. This is such a small fraction of the kind, caring, and attentive man you raised. Carter's eyes shine a bit brighter. I turn to Honey before the lump in my throat spills out through my own. Honestly, our honeymoon was a dream. A sweet, sweet dream, I say to her. She walks up to us with measured steps. Her face turns to me, then to her son. Then she embraces us, as well as a cancer patient can embrace two people. I want to hear all about it. She wipes a lone tear off her cheek. So hurry up cooking so we can eat and catch up. And don't mind these tears. I'm just so happy for you. Later at the dinner table, we regale her with tales of our escapades at Clearwater, the dancing, the horses, the fun, and of course the food. It feels amazing to relive, and I appreciate all over again how much effort he put into making it special. Honey sits and stares intently at us. Her face flips between passive and animated. A laugh here, a smile or gaped mouth there. And she was in full baby talk mode too, Carter says. I mean, that's understandable. Horses are adorable. But I'm still stuck on the part where you actually got on one. She clasps her hands together on the table. You were always so wary of horses. What kind of spell has your lovely wife cast on you? The way she says the word wife tears at my chest. Under the table, Carter's hand finds my knee and rubs it. It's a gesture of endearment that only makes the pain in my lungs worse. I'm happy here with them, and I want this to be everything it sounds like so bad. I'd like to know too. We could package and sell it, he says, before squeezing my knee where his hand still sits. He leans over and brushes his lips against my temple. A jolt of electricity runs from the point of contact down to my crotch and sets it alight. Why is he going overboard with the PDA? His mom is already sold. All this extra stuff is just messing with my head. The thoughts race through my mind as Honey's questions continue. How about living together? Has it changed anything between you? No, I say in earnest. My palms tap the tabletop twice as I think. I was nervous at first, but I turn to my husband. He's just been so accommodating and wonderful. It almost feels too good to be true. The panicked look from earlier stamps his handsome features again. It's gone when he brings his hand up to lace his fingers with mine. I'm certain Honey's rose-colored glasses missed it, but I wonder what it means. Living with her has been just as great as she says. Great isn't even the right word to use, and I can't wait to see where the future takes us, he says with a smile that's so genuine it hurts. Neither can I reciprocate. Gosh, Carter, I didn't think you had it in you, says his mom. Had what? She makes a circle with her hand in the air in front of her face. This? The ability to be she shrugs. Swoon-worthy guy? Carter explodes with laughter. Come on. I figured that's why none of your relationships worked. I'm so glad you found someone to bring out this side of you. She stretches her arm towards me. Her movements are slow and measured like always. I meet her halfway, and we grasp hands. Thank you for taming my wild beast. The pleasure has been all mine. I squeeze her hand back. I hate to cut your tender moment, but I have a bone to pick with you, he says. A wild beast? Really? I wasn't that bad. Now don't let me remind you. I zone out as the back and forth continues between mother and son. A fake marriage isn't supposed to be interspersed with such authentic emotions and moments, I'm certain. We have to define the relationship tonight. The thought of bringing it up sends a tingle up my spine. Not in a good way. I knew what this was from the jump, but it's clearly turned on its head. It hits me as I sit there holding his hand that I want him to feel the same way I do. The worst part of this isn't the fact that he doesn't, it's the torture of never quite knowing for sure. And now his mom is as invested in this as I am. If my feelings are deeper than his, and this all blows up in my face, she's going to get caught in the fallout. I can't risk it. We need clarification. And now, I'm quiet on the ride home. Just how much of his actions tonight, hell, for the past week, were an act? It's the thought that keeps running through my head. I brace myself to find out as he pulls up at our place.
Chapter 31. Carter. I try to make conversation as we make our way back home, but Jada is uncharacteristically quiet. I figure she must just be tired, and when we walk inside, I decide an early night is probably on the cards. Want to go to bed? I say, smiling warmly. I'm always happy to go to bed with her, and tonight is no different. Only I notice she looks a little worried, and rather than make her way to the bedroom, she sits on the living room couch, peering up at me with a worried look in her eyes. Not yet, she replies, and it's clear there's something she wants to say. Everything okay? I ask her, sitting down on the lounge chair beside the couch. She's turning her wedding ring around her finger over and over again, and I get the feeling she's nervous about something. It takes her a while to answer, though. I've really been enjoying our time together, she finally says, and there's the hint of a quaver in her voice. The wedding, the honeymoon, living with you, really, it's been amazing. For me too, I tell her with a smile, and I mean it, but her fingers are still fidgeting with the ring. The thing is, she continues, and now her voice is definitely edged with nerves. This was all supposed to be pretend, but it's not pretend anymore. We both know that. We kiss, we cuddle, we have sex, we behave like a couple, and I don't know how much of that is genuine and how much of it is an act. She looks at me with her deep brown eyes, searching me for an answer, but I'm surprised that this is even a question. None of it is an act, I tell her, and I hope she can hear in my voice that it's the truth. I like you. I expect this to clear up the doubts in her mind, but she's still looking at me like there's a huge question hanging in the air. Slowly she nods, but then she asks something that catches me entirely off guard. Okay, but do you love me? Because to your mom, we're a happily married couple in love. It takes me a second to figure out how to answer that, because the truth is, I don't know. But as I sit there with my mouth agape and my mind fumbling over the answer, she cocks her head slightly. It's kind of a problem that you don't know how to answer that, she says. If we keep going down this road, what happens if things between us just run their course and we can't keep pretending we're in love anymore? Your mom would be devastated. I feel a little twinge in my chest when she says that. What makes you assume this will just run its course? I ask, a little surprised at her assertion. Have you ever had a relationship that didn't? She counters almost immediately, and I can see she's thought about this. I guess that's a good point, I say reluctantly. But what if this time it doesn't? What if this time it leads to love? I cringe a little bit, though, even as I say it. As much as I like Jada, I still don't know if I believe in all that happily ever after stuff. But that doesn't mean I want to end this just yet. Jada must sense that, though, because she looks at me with a degree of skepticism. Carter, do you love me? And I'm not looking for a particular answer, just the truth, she says. I sigh. Honestly, I don't know what to say. I mean, if I could love anybody, it would be you. You're amazing, I hope you know that. It's just, I still don't really know if I even believe in love. At least not like most people do. She nods, and I can see where this is leading. But it's all so matter-of-fact that I understand why. Again, that's a problem, she tells me, and I notice she stopped spinning her wedding ring. We've spent so much time together, and you're still unsure if there's even such a thing as love. You cringe at the thought of it. All this romantic stuff is really nice, but if there's no substance behind it, how long can it really last? I can see she has a bunch of good points, only I hoped we'd have more time to figure this out. I really like Jada, and the romantic stuff has come so naturally, I didn't even think it might be a problem. But I know I've been avoiding thinking too hard about any of what's happened between us over the last few months. Maybe because, deep down, I knew it would lead to a conversation like this. As much as I want to argue with Jada, to plead my case and convince her to just keep enjoying what we have, I know that would be unfair. It's not something I can bring myself to ask for. And yet, somehow, I still feel the need to justify why I've been going down this path with her. I just thought we were having fun, I tell her, but the words sound hollow even as I say them. She shakes her head. If we were just dating, we would be. But we're in so much deeper than that. And it's not just us involved now. My parents think we're married, and your mom has so much emotionally riding on us working out. I hope you understand this is too risky for us to keep going down the path we're going. I really like spending time with you, but if you don't even know if you believe in love, then we can't just see where this will go and hope for the best. That's messy, and there's too much at stake here. Can you imagine how much it would hurt your mom if this all went wrong? Honestly, I think it's better to just call this now and save ourselves the mess. I don't like what I'm hearing, but I can see she's right. I've been playing a bit too fast and loose with this arrangement, and it's come back to bite me. There are no hard feelings here. I care about Jada, and I respect where she's coming from. The fact that a lot of this is her looking out for my mom is sobering, too. I hear you, I tell her, nodding slowly. I don't want this to end up hurting anyone, not you, not me, and not my mom, but I just want you to know I really do like you. I can see a longing in her eyes as I say this, and even though it probably would have been wiser to keep that to myself, I want her to know this has been real for me. She nods slowly but doesn't say anything, and I know it's time to put this to an end, as much as it feels like our connection is being cut short. It's almost like a pre-breakup, but it seems like we don't have any other option. I'm happy to keep this as a fake marriage, I tell her with a reassuring smile. The last thing I want is for her to feel guilty for speaking up. That is what we agreed on in the first place, after all. She nods. I wish this could be different, but I think there's no other way. Me too, I tell her. But hey, at least we make good housemates, right? We exchange a sad smile, and I stick out my hand in an attempt to lighten the mood a little. Fake marriage, I say. Fake marriage, she replies, and shakes my hand. I try my best not to hold on too long, and I get the feeling she's doing the same.
Chapter 32. Jada. I can't remember the last time I felt this indifferent at work. Usually the fast-paced, tinkling sound of glass and buzz of patrons' voices motivates me. Today, not so much. The aftermath from the breakup is a bag of bricks perched firmly on my shoulders. Another thought of Carter, another bile reflux. I've spent the morning battling the waves as they threaten to erupt. I steady myself and swallow hard. I know the solution is to just stop thinking about him, but my brain will have none of that. Instead, it amps up the images of his face. My stomach lurches in response. Not this, anything but this. Last night's conversation is on loop in my head. Nothing can drown it out. Not loud music, not my workmates' chatter, nothing. Honestly, I don't know what to say. If I could love anyone, it would be you. You're amazing. I hope you know that. It's just, I still don't really know if I even believe in love. At least not like most people do. This phrase especially haunts me. I can't fault him for being honest, but the throbbing ache in my heart wishes he had lied. This whole thing is a lie, so why not just lie to me? Damn you, Carter. I mouth. There's nowhere in the fake marriage playbook where it says to include the bells and whistles of a real one. But if I'm honest, the words we exchanged were a necessary evil. It was good for us, healthy even, to set ourselves back on track, the way it should have stayed from the beginning. What I can't get over is the face he made. And the Oscar for Best Actor goes to Carter Finch, because how could he be so loving, but balk so hard when I asked if he loved me? It's humiliating. I lean against the counter and steeple my fingers. My wedding band is still on. I can't bring myself to take it off. Well, you're still married, so you have to wear it. I'm so lost in thought that I'm caught off guard to see Heidi's face is peppered with irritation when I turn to her. You seriously haven't heard a thing I said. Her eyes switch to concern, and her face softens. I was far away, sorry. What's up? I shudder at the prospect of speaking with anyone right now, especially not his sister. Technically, I should be paying attention to work, but I have more important things on my mind. Plus, I just want to be left alone. After the honeymoon you guys had, you're not allowed to be tired for at least 6 months. I smile back at her joke, but without my eyes. You okay? How come Carter hasn't come in today like he normally does? That's what I should be asking. Should I tell her the truth? I guess I have to. She's known about this whole thing since its inception, but she doesn't know how I feel now. I stand up straight, hug myself, and weigh my words. A half-truth will do. He might not drop in as often from now on. She raises an eyebrow, and it reminds me so much of her brother. He does it in the exact same way. I bite my lip. God, I miss him. This is exactly what Heidi tried to warn Carter about. Here we are, living out exactly what she said would happen. I give myself an internal kick. Has he left you? Has he moved out? Has he kicked you out? No, no, and no. Stop being ridiculous. Even through my pep talk, I shiver. I long for the intimacy lost. Just being able to curl up on the couch with him after a long shift. I'll probably miss that the most. What's going on? You're shaking. She strokes my upper arm. I'm transported back to every single time Carter has touched me. Gentle, fleeting, possessive. Another shiver snakes its way through my body, and I hug myself tighter. We just realized we've been spending too much time together. And that's a bad thing because it's a fake marriage, and we shouldn't get attached. People might get hurt, especially your mom. I couldn't live with myself if we did that to her, I say, over the din in the bar. She looks around, then asks if I want to go talk in the staff restroom for a bit. I do, in fact, want to vent, so we make our way there and stand by the sinks. Have you seen how happy she is about you two? There's no way in hell you guys getting attached would hurt her. All she does is rave about how beautiful Jada is, how sweet Carter is with her, how they're so in love. Exactly. We don't want to take that joy away from her, so we have to be responsible, do the grown-up thing. I didn't realize being grown-up meant making yourself miserable, Heidi scoffs. Who is miserable? I'm fine, really. No, you're not. Look at yourself. I stare into the mirror in front of me. You're a happy person, but you've been even more so since the wedding and engagement. It's not rocket science who the catalyst is. And she holds up a hand. I know my brother. You've definitely brought out a lighter side of him. I'm caught off guard that I've been so unintentionally transparent. If Heidi can see through me so clearly, why can't he? My stomach lurches at the thought. Well, whatever it is I did, it wasn't good enough. I brace myself for her inevitable response. Whatever do you mean? I sigh. I almost fell for him, like really hard. And I was afraid of falling alone. The guy who follows you to work like a puppy is definitely falling for you too. I asked him to define the relationship. He gave me the "I just don't believe in love" line. So now we're here. Oh, she lets out and strokes my arm. I'm so sorry, but he got on a horse, for crying out loud. There's no way he'd do that if he wasn't down bad for you. Your mom said the same thing. I let out a small laugh. Listen, I knew what I was getting myself into. I shouldn't expect a fairy tale ending, so I'll respect his decision. Our decision. The door swings open and someone bolts into a stall. Heidi checks her wristwatch. We should get back. You're right. Thanks for listening. We're surrounded by so many alternative love stories. Just because it's unconventional doesn't mean it can't work or isn't real, okay? Another sigh from me. Okay. She gives me a quick hug. We head into the bar where I get back to work. A part of me is happy to have shared my feelings, but I'm also now confused. Heidi and Honey are convinced Carter loves me, but I saw his face when he said he didn't. You can't fake the ick. And he got it. But you can't fake deep intimacy either, and we clearly have that. Had that, you mean? My brain rattles with, he loves me. He loves me, not thoughts. Allegedly, Carter has become his most romantic with me. Why didn't he pick any of the random dates his mom sent him on for a fake marriage to please her? That counts for something, right? A lanky, middle-aged man saunters up to the bar, looks me square in the face, and places his order. 2 Manhattans, please. My mouth drops, then snaps closed. Of all the days someone would order the drink from our first date, it feels physically impossible to move. My rusty movements eventually manage to mix them up, and the man accepts the drinks with an annoyed expression from having to wait while I stumbled through the request. He doesn't even tip. Damn you, Carter, I say under my breath as a massive wave of nausea threatens to knock me off my feet.
Chapter 33. Carter. The steak I'm eating feels like cardboard in my mouth despite it being cooked to perfection. Florence's tips are coming in handy once again, I think dully. I know perfectly well why I'm not enjoying my dinner, though. It's because I'm eating it alone. The house feels quiet without Jada in it, even though I know she's just at work. The thing is, I'd usually be sitting at the resort with her right about now, sharing dinner during her break and laughing together. I'm half tempted to go there anyway and keep up the tradition, but since things have cooled off between us, I'm not entirely sure I'd be welcome. The last thing I want to do is make her uncomfortable. Instead, I finish my perfectly prepared cardboard alone before pulling out my phone to call my mom. Since Jada and I are essentially keeping our distance for Mom's sake, I may as well do something productive with it, rather than just moping around our lonely home. "Hey, Mom," I say when she answers, trying not to let my bad mood come through in my voice. "How are you doing?" I'm fine, she says as usual. "How are you? How's Jada?" I don't know what I expected. Of course, the conversation was going to turn to Jada at the first opportunity. "We're good," I lie. It's harder than I thought to answer calmly. But of course, that's not enough. "Tell me what you've been up to," she says, and I can hear the smile in her voice. Somehow I can't bring myself to make up some happy story. Not today, at least. Instead, another thought pops into my mind. "Hey, Mom," I begin, steering the conversation away from her question. "Why didn't you ever remarry after Dad died?" It's not something I've ever thought to ask before, but I guess I always wondered in the back of my mind. Especially now, knowing how important it is to her that I'm married. I wonder why she's spent so many years being single. I don't even remember there ever being a boyfriend in the picture. "Well," she begins, and I hear there's both warmth and sadness in her voice. "I suppose I could never really imagine myself being with someone else. Your father wasn't just my husband. He was really my best friend. We shared everything together, and I knew it would never be the same if I tried to find someone else." She pauses for a moment, but I get the feeling there's more she wants to say. Even now, I miss him at silly times. I'll read a good book and wish I could recommend it to him to see what he thinks of it. Or I'll think of a funny memory we shared and want to remind him about it. And of course, seeing you and Jada together. I wish he were here to share that with me. But mostly it's the little things. I always wanted to share everything with him, and that never changed, even after he passed. "Wow," I say, almost involuntarily. "Well, I imagine you feel the same way about Jada," she tells me, and the words hit me right in the chest. "Yeah, I do," I reply softly. And this time I don't have to lie. I'm not sure I can carry on this conversation without letting something slip, though. "Well, Mom, I need to get an early night for work tomorrow, but I just wanted to check in," I tell her. "Thank you for calling, dear, and give my love to Jada, won't you?" she replies. "Of course. Good night, Mom," I say before ending the call. As soon as I put my phone down, though, my head is reeling. I go through the motions of getting ready for bed, but at every turn all I can think about is Jada. Is that what love is? I wonder. And the question doesn't leave my head even as I lay down to sleep. Of course I feel that way about Jada. I felt for a long time already that she's my best friend, the person I want to share everything with. When I wake up, she's the first person I think about, and the last thing on my mind when I go to bed. Every piece of news, every thought, every joke or idea, no matter how insignificant, I want to share it with her. Even eating dinner alone tonight was devoid of joy because I didn't get to eat in her company. I turn over in bed, punching my pillow to try to get comfortable. But the fact that Jada isn't in this bed with me, the fact she's at work and will make her way into the guest bedroom when she comes home, makes it impossible to sleep. That and the sudden realizations bouncing around in my head. The space that's opened up between us over the last 2 days since we put an end to our growing connection has felt awful. I don't want space, I realize. What I want is Jada. I think Disney movies and rom-coms have ruined the concept of love for me. I don't know what I expected love to be. Some kind of candy-colored wonderland where people pledge their souls to each other and nothing ever goes wrong, maybe. But what I have with Jada is different from that. What we have is warmth and safety, shared jokes and mutual respect, romance but also grounding. We have all the things that make a great friendship, but we're also attracted to each other. And I, for one, can't imagine doing life without her now. She's the perfect companion, and I can't believe it took me so long to realize that. I don't believe in love, I mutter to myself, mocking my own words. I shake my head, turning again to the other side of the pillow. It feels just as empty. I think back to the conversation we had where Jada laid everything out on the table. I was a fool not to recognize what I felt for her then, and I'll be a fool if I let her slip through my fingers again. It suddenly occurs to me what she was really saying with those questions, and I suddenly bolt upright in bed. I can't believe I didn't see it then, and I smack my hand to my forehead. She loved me, I say out loud, and my words reverberate off the bedroom walls. Of course she did. Why else would she keep asking if I loved her? It wasn't just because my mom sees us as a couple in love. It's because that's what she wants for us too. I shake my head, shocked by my own blindness. How could I have been so oblivious to what was going on? Not just in her, but in myself. Of course we've been falling in love. I just didn't realize that that's what real love looked like. I love you, Jada, I say, softly this time. A spark of electricity flies through my chest as I say the words out loud. The words I should have said 2 days ago. I say it again, as if practicing for the real thing because I know, without a shadow of a doubt, that I have to tell her how I feel. I only hope it isn't too late. I lay back down, nestling my head into my pillow. This time, though, there's a massive smile on my face, thinking of Jada, imagining myself telling her how I feel. I know I don't have any time to waste. If there's a chance we can still be together, I'm going to take it, even if I'm risking everything all over again. This time I know the risk is definitely worth it.
Chapter 34. Jada. The door to the house creaks open as I step inside after my night shift, and I find the place cloaked in darkness, except for a single lamp burning in the living room. Carter must have left it on for me, and I feel my heart ache a little at the thought. The last 2 days have been hard, and knowing that Carter's already gone to bed brings both relief and sadness. It's been hard going about our lives separately all of a sudden, but I try to push the thought away. It won't do any good to dwell on it, and the more I do, the harder it is. Instead, I get ready for bed and drop down onto the mattress in the guest bedroom. Just like I have the last 2 nights. The sheets are cold, and I have to hug myself until my own body heat warms the bed enough for me to go to sleep. I try not to think of the warmth of Carter's body wrapped around me as I drift off into another night of lonely sleep. The next morning, I wake up and the ache of a dream lingers in my mind. I don't remember what I dreamt of, but the feeling of longing that it left behind means it's not hard to guess. I let out a sigh as I open my eyes to the empty spot beside me. I don't really want to get up, knowing that Carter will probably be out there when I do. But I can't avoid him forever. The sooner I get used to this new dynamic between us, the easier this will be. I don't want to make it weird. That was the whole point of calling things off in the first place, to make sure things didn't get overly complicated. As I get dressed, I resolve to act like everything is normal. Maybe that will trick us both into thinking it is. When I come out of my room, though, I see that there's nothing normal about this day. The house is filled with roses, starting with a single long-stemmed rose in front of my door. Attached to it is a note in Carter's handwriting. "Good morning, Jada. Breakfast is waiting for you." I pick it up wide-eyed, following the trail of flowers that lead to the kitchen. When I get there, I see Carter waiting for me, a huge breakfast laid out on the table, and a look in his eyes I haven't seen before. "Hi," he says, a little sheepishly, but there's a huge grin on his face. "What's all this for?" I ask, still incredulous at the effort he's clearly gone to for me. He takes a step towards me, and I feel his hands take mine. The feeling of his warm skin sends a wave of pleasure through my body. I'd missed his touch even more than I'd realized. I know we agreed to call things off, and at the time we had every reason to think that was a good idea. It was. I know neither of us wants to hurt my mom, but I don't want to hurt you either, he says. My heart catches in my chest at his words, and I wonder if this is going where I hope it's going. The thing is, he continues, looking in my eyes, there's no risk anymore. I know we might have problems. Everyone does. But Jada, I love you. If you feel the same, I'll do everything in my power to make sure this lasts. I feel tears start to well in my eyes, and before I know it, they're streaming down my face. I love you too. I finally manage through my tears, and the look on Carter's face is enough to make my heart almost burst in my chest. He pulls me close, and I feel the familiar warmth of his lips on mine again. It's different this time, though. This isn't a kiss of passion or unexpected opportunistic desire. It's a loving and tender kiss, full of meaning. I feel his tongue softly part my lips, slipping softly into my mouth. The sensation sends a warmth all the way through my body, landing between my legs. I press myself deeper into him, and his arms encircle me. It feels so right, like this is where I was always meant to be. Slowly, gently, still exchanging warm, tender kisses. We make our way to the bedroom, his bedroom, our bedroom. As we pull out of a kiss, I look up into his eyes and see all the love there that I wanted. Love that transcends words and can only be understood through my own heart. Carter lays me down gently on the bed, and soon we're shedding our clothes. The feel of his warm skin on mine is enough to send a wave of pleasure through every part of me. It's like an elixir, bringing me back to life after what has felt like 2 days of grayness. I love you, I whisper again, overwhelmed with joy to finally be able to say those words. I love you, he whispers back, and it sends a thrill through me. I know I will never get sick of hearing those words, as long as I live. Want more of the details? Find this and many more detailed love scenes at TylaWalker.com. Use discount code SAVE40 for 40% of the unabridged version. Back to the story.
Chapter 35. Carter. I still can't believe it's been a year since we got married here, I tell Jada. And when she turns to me, I fall in love all over again. She looks so beautiful. And it's not even the day of our vow renewal yet. In fact, she's still in her pajamas, lazing on the couch after a long night of lovemaking in the same luxury suite we stayed in last time. But she looks more beautiful than ever. Her dark skin looks radiant in the morning light, her coily hair spilling over and around her face like a halo. And her smile. Oh, that smile. I could look at it for hours. Sends a warmth spreading through my chest. It's been a wild ride since then, she says, and we fall into silence for a second. I can see in her eyes. She's doing the same thing I am, running over all that's happened since that first blind date here at the resort. We spend the rest of the day just enjoying ourselves, lazing in the spa and the sauna, stealing kisses across the table at lunch, swimming in one of the pools in the afternoon, and then going back to the restaurant where we shared our first dinner. That night we kiss each other goodnight, curling up and readying ourselves for our second wedding, the wedding that this time is so real. Unlike last time, we wake up together and spend the morning preparing in our suite, with Heidi and Raven joining for moral and wedding dress support. "How are we doing?" asks Heidi as she waltzes into the room. "Nobody's got cold feet, I hope." She flashes us a grin and Jada and I laugh. "Nope, hot feet all around," Jada replies, hugging Heidi and Raven hello. I do the same and we spend a pleasant morning together, all four of us chatting and laughing and reminiscing on the last time we were here. When we get to the banquet hall, the same one we got married in last time, the first person I see is my mom. "I bet you didn't think I'd still be here for a second wedding," she jokes, and I catch a hint of mischief in her eye. "Apparently one wasn't enough," I reply jokingly, "but it's only to hold back the tears that threaten to take over if I think too hard about it. My heart is so filled with joy to have her here with us. Miraculously, she's finally started responding to her treatment, and I have to hope that maybe she's part of the 10% of patients that actually make it. The color in her cheeks and the fact that she's well enough to be here gives me faith. The fact my mom can be here means so much to both of us, and we wanted to give her an important role in the ceremony. So, in a twist on a traditional wedding, we've decided to have Mom walk me down the aisle, and Jada's father walk her down. Each of them will be part of our wedding party, along with Raven, Heidi, Florence, and a few of my oldest friends. And of course, what wedding of ours would be complete without NSYNC? As we assemble at the altar, a string quartet plays a cover of the song we chose for our first dance last time, and I can't decide if I want to laugh from how silly it is or shed a tear from how touching it is. Mostly I just can't believe I get to marry the love of my life. Twice. Jada is standing opposite me, smiling that beautiful smile of hers, and I'm struck by how completely stunning she is. She's wearing the same dress we got married in the first time, but now the train has been dip-dyed in vibrant purple. She said it was because I'd brought color back into her life. She's radiant, glowing with what I know to be a look of pure adoration, and I have no doubt I look the same to her. I can't take my eyes off this woman, and I hope I never have to. "Jada," I say, when it comes to the exchanging of vows, "I didn't always know it, but I've loved you from the moment I first met you. I never believed in love before, but you have opened my heart in a way that I never thought was possible. You're a miracle to me. You're my soulmate. You're my happily ever after. You're the one. And I mean it with all my heart when I say I promise to always love you, to always support you, to always laugh with you," I tell her, echoing the words I spoke 1 year ago to the day. "You are the most incredible woman I've ever met, and every day I get to spend by your side is the next best day of my life." I see Jada tearing up at my words, and she takes a deep breath before beginning her own vows. "Carter," she says, looking up at me with those beautiful brown eyes, "you came into my life when I least expected it, and least wanted it, and I'm so grateful you did. You restored my faith in love and showed me all that it can be. I've never met anyone like you, and I want to spend every moment of the rest of my life with you. I promise to love you and hold you, no matter what comes our way." She looks deep into my eyes, and I know that this is the most perfect moment. It's the first day of the rest of our lives together, and when we kiss, it feels like the very first time. Or maybe more like the very first time after we confessed our love for each other, tender, loving, deep, and more real than anything I've ever felt. The cheers from our friends and family fill the banquet hall. When we pull our eyes away from each other for a moment, we're met with a room full of people celebrating our love. It makes my heart feel full. "You're so beautiful together," my mom tells us as we greet guests. Turning to Jada, she tears up a little. "Thank you for making an old woman very happy. Twice." Jada pulls her into a wordless hug, and I can see she's tearing up a little too. "You're welcome," comes the opposite sentiment from Heidi as she comes up to me. "This was all my doing, you know?" Her husband and 2 adorable kids stand beside her. "And we'll be forever indebted," I say, laughing as we hug each other. "I'm sure I'll find a way to cash in the favor," she replies, flashing me a humorous grin. "I'm sure you will," I retort, greeting the kids and my brother-in-law. Jada rejoins me just in time to say hello to them as well. When Heidi and her family walk away, Raven approaches me next. "Well, I was skeptical at first, but it seems like you've proven yourself," she says to me, smiling. "And I'm glad, otherwise I would have come for you." Jada and I burst out laughing, and that seems to be the theme of the night. The reception is full of laughter and joking, exactly what brought Jada and I together in the first place. That and early 2000s pop, which also features heavily, of course. After hours of talking and dancing, we finally retire back to the luxury suite. I feel I've never been so happy, and as we enter the room, I can't help but pull Jada into my arms and kiss her again. "I love you so much," I tell her after softly pulling out of the kiss. She smiles at me, a smile full of meaning. "I love you too," she says, and we hold each other for a long time, happily in love and with our whole lives ahead of us to share it.
Chapter 36. Jada. The morning after the vow renewal is set to be a lazy but fulfilling one. Carter wakes me up with kisses all over my face, continuing to attack me with love until I push his face away with a giggle. The 2 of us playfully fight over who gets to pick the breakfast spot of the day, with pillow tossing and wrestling on the bed. "You should be letting me win," I say, holding a pillow out threateningly. "I'm your dear wife." "That's exactly why you should be letting me win, as your beloved husband," Carter responds, grinning at me from his side of the bed. His tendency to spoil gets the better of him, though, especially when I shoot pouty glances at him while we brush our teeth. He sighs, completely over-exaggerated, since I'm sure he was going to pick the same place I wanted to anyway. Then he presses a defeated kiss to the top of my head. "You're going to be the death of me," he says, fondness encompassing his voice. Watching him watch me in the mirror makes me feel like I'm in a fairy tale. His eyes soften every time, and his posture seems relaxed and content. He ghosts his fingers over my shoulders in a caress that makes me feel delicate. And when he cups my chin to make me look up at him, I know I look just as smitten as he does. "I love you," he murmurs against my lips when he kisses me, and I can't help but throw my arms around his neck and pull him closer. By the time we actually leave our room and get breakfast, it's closer to noon. The plan was to take it easy today and let our feet take us wherever they wanted. No commitments, no stress, just us. We even agreed to set aside any of the more social activities the resort had to offer. Aside so we can live in our own little bubble. "We should relax for a bit before we head to the beach," Carter reasons after swallowing down a gulp of coffee. "That way we don't have to keep going back and forth from taking showers and waiting to dry if we want to go somewhere inside." Sounds reasonable to me. I pop a piece of my croissant in my mouth and chew thoughtfully. "I kind of just want to lay and graze somewhere." Carter raises an eyebrow, amused. "What, like cows?" Maybe that'd be good for us. 2 cows just munching on grass and looking at the sky or something." He hums, swirling the last dregs of his coffee. "I have an idea then, if you'll indulge." "Always." After paying for our late breakfast, Carter leads me toward the beach. All the while, we walk and swing our hands back and forth together with our steps. Every time I squeeze his hand, overcome with affection for this tall white man, he squeezes back. I thought we weren't going swimming yet, I ask once the beach comes into view. We're not. Not unless you want to. I look up to find Carter smiling, completely serene. This is purely for lazing and grazing. Our travels end at the base of 2 trees, with a hammock hanging between them. Hammocks are scattered around the beachfront, I know, but this area feels special and is fairly secluded, yet still close enough to the beach that I can hear the waves and the calls of the seagulls. What do you think? Carter asks, nudging my shoulder with his. Fit what you wanted? That and then some. I let go of Carter's hand momentarily to walk forward and run a hand down the hammock. It's sturdy, and I spot 2 pillows resting in it now that I'm closer. This is the perfect place to relax. I thought so too. I hear Carter coming up behind me, and he presses a soft hand at the small of my back. Ready to relax? I look up to him and nod, a smile stretched across my face. I see him grin wickedly before I feel myself getting picked up. I'm glad no one is in the vicinity to hear my surprised squeak as Carter turns with me in his arms and falls backward into the hammock. You're the worst, I snark, even as I wiggle in the hammock to use Carter as a giant pillow. Absolute wretch, slime, you dare do this to your poor wife, who's been nothing but lovely to you. My words get muffled as I turn around so I can press my face against Carter's chest. You deserve jail time. I know. From my position, I feel more than hear the rumble of his voice. Absolutely criminal of me. I smile against his chest and he tightens his grip on me. I can hear the affection oozing out of his words. His steady heartbeat is loud in my ears, and I wonder if we could just never move on from this moment. I move with Carter when he shifts to get himself comfortable, and I feel as if I could purr when he runs his hand up and down my back to soothe me. The waves crash onto the beach in the distance, and I feel my eyes close. There's nowhere else I'd rather be in this moment, and that safety has provided me with the best bed and pillow the world could offer. I fall asleep to Carter's whispered affections, content with the world. Carter's awake when I return from dreamland, either not having slept at all or waking up before me. He smiles at me when I push myself up to look at him. Have a good rest, my dear? He asks, one hand caressing the side of my cheek. He looks lovely, even with his messed up hair and rumpled clothes. Definitely. You make a fantastic pillow. Only the best for you, Jada. Eventually, we shift around to sit up. The whole affair is a mess, with Carter's leg and I both being half asleep. I nearly faceplant into the sand after trying to crawl out first, and the 2 of us burst into giggles when we barely managed to stop ourselves from sprawling on the ground. Those things are both the best things in the world and horrific death traps. I mutter when we're finally able to escape, like a monster that never wants us to leave. You're confusing yourself with the hammock, I think. I was there for a couple of hours. Don't pretend you weren't enjoying every second of it. Carter grins and reaches for my hand. It really is much later, and the sun is hovering low in the sky now. Care to join me on a beachside walk, my lady? He jokes in an overly fancy voice. I hear the sunsets are beautiful around here. I would love nothing more, I respond, mimicking him. Let us depart this place. We walk alongside the beach, eventually taking our shoes off to hold them with our free hands. The sand is warm, and occasionally the waves wash over our feet. There are barely any people nearby, and those that are also in their own little worlds. Nothing can bother us here. Today has been lovely, I say, voice quiet so the atmosphere isn't ruined. I know I spent most of it asleep, but I don't think I've ever been this happy. Me too. It's been blissful. Carter sighs and squeezes my hand. The day's not over yet, though. Let's pick a spot to sit. We walk a little bit more before picking a secluded area to sit and face the beach. The sky has begun to change color, with pinks and purples painting the sky. I lean my head against Carter's shoulder, and he leans his head atop mine. We watch the sunset together with our hands connected and don't even have to say what we're both thinking.
Chapter 37. Carter. I close the door to our room and look at my wife, my actual, real, incredibly amazing wife. Her smile takes up her entire face, and I can't help but basically tackle her onto the bed, kissing her beautiful face, her lips, and her neck. I feel the blood rush to my shaft, and immediately I begin to get hard, but I don't stop kissing her. It's Jada who reaches down and touches me over my pants, and it puts my mind into gear. Without stopping our kiss, I reach for her underwear, glad to know it's already grown warm and wet down there. I massage my fingers around her clit, rubbing her back and forth as she lets out a few shuddering sighs. She drives me absolutely wild. I love you, I say as I bite her bottom lip, pulling down her panties so I can reach her with ease. I love you too, she responds to me with a whisper. Hearing those words drives me crazy. My wife, I purr as I lean back to pull her shirt up off of her body. My sexy-ass wife. She giggles but lets me take off the top before immediately going for my clothes as well. My adoring, handsome husband, she mimics my tone, pulling me down by my neck and licking my ear. It's not something I ever would have expected to like, but I feel every muscle in my body react, spasming as she sticks her tongue right into my ear. How did I get so lucky? She whispers into my ear. So lucky. You'll definitely want to find out what happens to our happy couple in the uncut version, which is too hot for YouTube. Visit TylaWalker.com with the discount code SAVE40 and get 40% off their unabridged happy ending. Don't miss out on every sordid detail. Back to the story. You're so good at that, she tells me out of breath. She taps my biceps, admiring my strength. Do you know how good you are at doing that? I allow myself to breathe a laugh out. It's because you make me good. You make me better, Jada. I couldn't be this good without you on the receiving end. She pushes some hair out of her face, and I lean in closer, kissing her before she has a moment to realize what I'm doing. I mean it. You're the best I've ever had. Your body and mine are a single entity, moving and working together as one. You're everything to me, Jada. You're the only piece that's missing, and I'm never losing you now. I can see a single tear building behind her left eye, and I reach over and wipe it free, letting out a laugh in what seems like embarrassment. Hey, what is it? Why the tears? I whisper, moving my body closer to her, even though I'm already at the point where I'm basically on top of her. I'm remembering the first thing you ever asked me. You wanted to know what makes me happy. I didn't know then, and I never would have guessed how you'd enter my life and be the answer to that question. You are my world now, Carter. You're my everything. My lip stretches up to the left in a smile, feeling my chest warm at the memory. I stroke her cheek again. And you, Jada, are my everything. I promise to show you how much I love you every day for the rest of our lives.
Chapter 38. Jada. As I walk towards the small pharmacy in the resort, I can't help but wonder if I'm just overreacting. Maybe it's just the after-marriage jitters. Maybe the butterflies haven't left my stomach. A little bit of nausea could mean anything nowadays. And it's not like the possibility of catching some sort of illness from one of the hundreds of people in the resort is out of the question. The little bell above the door rings when I open it. Despite its soft little chime, it feels like a gong signifying something important. Hello? Welcome to— Oh, hello, Jada. Eleanor smiles at me from her spot at the register. Everything okay today? I'm fine, thank you. I shuffle off towards the back of the store, not really in the mood for small talk. She's probably going to figure it out anyway. It's not like I can walk out without pain, but I'd like to save face for a little bit longer. I grab 3 different tests, since it's better to be safe than sorry, and walk toward the register. Eleanor does a double take at the tests and grins widely at me. "Oh my God," she says, picking up one of the pregnancy test boxes. "Are you serious?" "Not entirely, I mean." I duck my head to look through my wallet and my purse, feeling my face grow hot. "It's really early, but I just have a feeling, you know?" Oh, trust me, I do know. Eleanor's grin is wide enough that it takes up her whole face. "This is so exciting. I can't wait to tell everyone." "Not yet," I chide, even though I know she's teasing me. "Carter needs to know first." I point my finger at her, and she smiles and mimes zipping her lips and throwing away the key. "I won't share until I get the A-OK from you." "You better not." I pay for the tests and hug the bag to my chest all the way back to our room, not relaxing until I hear the click of the bathroom door lock. "It'll be fine," I whisper. "No matter what, it'll be fine. I still could be overreacting too." I take the tests and set them to the side to wait and set a timer on my phone. Carter will probably be back soon from whatever he's doing, so I make sure to sit in silence so I can hear if the door to the room opens. It doesn't make the wait any better, but at least I won't be surprised by him coming in suddenly and asking what I'm doing. When the timer rings, it takes me a few moments to actually move. I'm still convinced that this was all a waste of time and money, but now that it's time to know, I'm hesitating. I pick up one of the tests at random and close my eyes and take a deep breath. It'll be okay no matter what. 2 pink lines stare back at me, and time slows down. In the distance, I hear the door being unlocked and Carter calling out for my name, but I don't say anything. I'm surprised, to say the least. I didn't think my intuition would be right, but here I am. "Wow," I whisper to myself. "This is really happening." Carter knocks on the door to the bathroom. I'm sure he saw the lights underneath the door. I don't answer him, and I realize it's because I'm too busy smiling to myself. My cheeks hurt from the wide grin on my face, and the reflection confirms my joy. Carter's knocking on the door gets a little louder as I check the rest of the tests. All positive. "Jada, you're worrying me, sweetheart," Carter says, muffled by the door. "Can I at least get a 'I'm okay' from you?" "I'm okay," I finally answer. My excitement leaks into my voice. "I'm more than okay." "That's good." Carter's confused hesitation makes me chuckle as I walk toward the door to unlock it. "I'm glad you're having a fun time in the bathroom. Can I come in?" I open the door to Carter's raised eyebrow. He's smiling, but it's more awkward than anything. And I'm sure the wide grin on my face only serves to confuse him further. "Hey," I say, knowing I can't stop my smile. "Hey yourself." The last little bit of tension oozes out of his shoulders once he sees I'm all right. "You gonna tell me why you're so smiley?" I say nothing and hold up one of the tests I grabbed before opening the door. I see his eyes widen and his mouth open in shock. He pauses to collect himself, and I let him take a moment. His voice cracks when he can finally speak again, and it makes me feel like I'm floating. "Really?" "Yes, really," I say, my eyes getting misty. "I'm pregnant." I can barely finish the words before Carter picks me up in my arms. The pregnancy test falls from my hands, and I wrap them around his neck and shoulders to anchor myself to him as he presses his face to my collarbone. He's shaking, but I can tell it's just from the sheer giddiness of the moment since I'm shaking too. "I can't believe it," he whispers. "I really can't. You're pregnant." "You're gonna be a father," I say, and play with the ends of his hair. He presses a kiss to my neck and pulls away so we can look each other in the eyes. He has a grin that matches mine, even as we press our lips together. "I love you so much," he murmurs against my lips. I'm overjoyed. I giggle and pull back just enough so I can touch our foreheads together. He's still holding me up with a sure grip. "Me too. I'm so excited." I'm going to spoil you both rotten, he says. I know you are, I respond, rolling my eyes despite the tears welling up. That's so like you. He pulls me into another kiss, and we stay there in the doorway, just to bask in the moment. We have to tell my mom, he says, and my eyes widen. He's right. We didn't think that she'd be here for the wedding, but now she might be here for the birth of her next grandchild, too. We have to go. It's a mad dash to get ready for the drive to his mother's house. Eventually, I'll have to tell my own parents as well, but this is too important to Carter. They can wait just a few moments longer. She's going to be so excited, I tell him as he drives. I know he's having to restrain himself from speeding all the way there. Probably want to throw a whole party and everything. Carter smiles but doesn't respond. Emotions all over his face. Even though I'm close to her as well. I can't imagine what this means for him, so I just smile and wait. When we finally arrive, Carter throws open the car door and sprints to his mother's house. I can't help but laugh as I follow and close the door behind me when his mom asks what's got him all riled up. We have news. Amazing news. Carter looks back at me and holds out his hand, which I take. Tell her, Jada. I'm pregnant, I say. Honey's gasp makes me smile even wider. We're going to have a baby. She steps forward and takes my face in her hands. They're oh so gentle as she holds me. I'm so excited for you, my dear, she whispers. So excited. We share grins, and Carter pulls us both towards him for a group hug. I feel his lips at the crown of my head, and I can't help but smile and wonder how much better this can get if it's already perfect.